in here, but I know the organizers will share the slides. And then you can also go to Google and search Gemini API Cookbook. It will come out. So they're all on our Gemini website. You can take a look and check it out. And also, if you're looking at open source model, we have our Gemma family. We just launched Gemma recently. In fact, one of our speakers, I think Dr. Pooh, is going to talk about Gemma later. So I hope you have a chance to take a look, why, you're building on open source and what does it mean for you and what does this even more powerful model mean for the things that you can create. And then if you're thinking, okay, how do I tell people what I'm doing? My mom, my family, my friends, what is this AI thing? How is it more accessible? I like this for my friends who are actually non-technical because the generative media platform is a place where you can experiment and people can envision what the applications could be like. During I/O, if you actually search for I/O pre-show, they actually launch the Music FX2, which is you can type in like saxophone or like drums, and it generates these music tracks and you can mix in different speed, tempo and so on to make your own music and become a DJ. That was one of my favorite sessions. I think it makes AI just so much more accessible for people who are non-tech tech and trying to figure out what does this mean for them. So this could also help you tell your friends and family a little bit and let them experiment with some of these projects to see what is possible with AI. That can be a lot more fun for them. So, what I hope for you to do today is hear from all the speakers, learn their technologies, ask a lot of questions, meet new people, and build something amazing together. I want to share first this API competition that we have, our Gemini AI competition that is ongoing. The submission date ends on the 12th of August, and we're just going to watch this quick video, which is what this tell you a little bit about this competition that I hope will maybe spark a little bit of interest. If you've watched like Back to the Future, this is that guy.
Hey! You may recognize me from my acting work, but my real passion is programming. When I'm in the zone, I'm unstoppable. I don't know if you know this about me, but I'm really excited about the future. And Google's Gemini models are tech that can get it. And you know Google's new Gemini Developer Contest, which is so cool it'll blow your mind back to beta. A chance to win for the most creative, useful, and remarkable apps. If you're a dev or dev team that wants to submit, great. But you'll have some catching up to do. I just drank 3 cups of nitro cold brew, and I'm ready to crank out some genius. Time to go wormhole.
So you can also Google Google AI competition and you also find this. Very often we're like, oh, new technologies that you're learning, things that you're building, what can it do for you? Is it going to help you learn better? Is it going to help you develop better? How about this can make you famous and rich? So because the winning prize, the top prize is actually, later I have another slide, is the electric DeLorean car, and a lot of subcategories are about 50,000 USD per category for the winner. So maybe we can see the car here driving through the streets in Malaysia. We have a winner here, or some of you can actually build something that we can be really proud to share. There is a Malaysia technology. So let's look at some of the ideas that could maybe inspire you. This is one of the first, one of our experts who have early access and created one of our first experiment, or rather, a showcase video on what the technology could do. So Sam Wittevin is our machine learning expert. He's based out of Singapore, and he demonstrated in his YouTube video on how to summarize content using Gemini 1.5 Pro. I love what he did. He took the book, he break it down into chapters, he make it do a lot of summary, he make it highlight like references, things that were interesting. And then it even got Gemini 1.5 Pro to create a presentation deck for him to present on a book that he has not even read. So this is something that you could potentially do, because this is what LLM can do. It can process a lot of information for you in a really short time, make sense of it, and create and help you become even more productive. So you can take a look. Here's a channel with a lot of videos, and I think over 3 million views the last time I checked. So you can check him out. And then we also have one of our speakers today, Warat. We flew in from Bangkok to share, not on this project, on something else, but he built this tool called, it's too long, I didn't read. I'm sure you'll have a lot of email or maybe a lot of news and so on that you don't necessarily read the whole thing, or maybe it's in a different language. Maybe it's not summarized well enough. So he have a progressive web app that he created, embedded with Gemini, and it helps you quickly understand lengthy news article in a really short time by summarizing it. So he's using Gemini Pro. It saves your time and effort as well, and can be content from any language. But again, now we have two examples that is because this is large language model, it's about summary, right? Let's take a look at something a little bit different. So one of our speakers today, Yongshen, he actually created a dark fake data agent. So it actually uses the API to help you generate fake data objects, and then you can actually match it to data class. This project is a customization, of a tutorial that was made, and she actually localized it for the projects that she was working on for Flutter developers. So you can also take a look. All these QR codes will send you to the project. Some of them have a front end, some of them is a GitHub repository. Take a look, experiment, and see what they're doing. And then we also have one of our speakers today, Shang Yi, who's sharing a little bit about what he's building with AI on Firebase. He created this for his mom. So his mom has a bit of health challenges that needs to be more mindful of his food. So Shang Yi, he's based out of here in Kuala Lumpur actually, decided he's going to build an app for his mother to actually be able to upload images of what she's eating, and then provide nutrition information and ingredients composition as well, so that she can, it's like thumbs up, thumbs down, is this a healthy plate, mom, should you be eating this? So this is really interesting how he actually use it to solve problems, and this is also utilizing our Vision Pro model. And then another one, this one very close to our heart, because it's developed by one of our experts in Indonesia in conjunction with one of our Google developer group in Bogor. So they actually collaborated on this. Esther, our expert in machine learning from Indonesia, actually built this sign language model. So if you think about sign language, this very often we think that it's the other way around. The speaker is speaking, and then the person who is hearing challenge is actually looking at the sign language translator to understand the content. They took it a step further in terms of inclusivity. If you see this picture, it might not be very clear, but the speaker is actually signing. So the speaker is signing the entire session, and using Vision Pro, Pro Vision, they actually translated live all the content in words. So the hearing abled like us is actually reading what the presenter, who is hearing impaired, is showcasing. This is a great collaboration project, very close to our hearts. Our GDEs and our Google Developer Group collaborated on a project so that their events can be even more representative of the community they're a part of, more inclusive as well, and then also build something with AI that is changing things for folks in their daily lives. So super proud about that. There's also QR code that you can scan through to Esther's project, and I hope you'll have some time to actually experiment with some of these, and I hope that this also inspire you to go on and build something for our Gemini API developer competition. So we still have some time to this. It's a little bit less than 60 days, because I think we did a screenshot. So it's August 12th, that's the last day to the submission. You have some time to play with this. I hope that you take this opportunity to build something, because the winning car, I haven't quite figured out how they're going to ship this car to you, but they say that they will ship this to us if we win it. So the overall app will actually be a custom electric DeLorean, modeled after the one that you watch in Back to the Future. Really amazing. I would love to have that car, even if I just display it in my HDB car park, because I'm from Singapore. And then if you're like, okay, difficult, right, to be the best globally. Or maybe you're like, okay, but I'm an Android developer, I'm a Flutter developer, how can I, build something that is all-encompassing? there is also subcategory prices. Maybe you're building something for game development, maybe you're building something on the Flutter app, or you're actually building something on Chrome. So the most impactful, most useful, most creative, as well as the best use of our technology with Gemini AI will also have stand a chance to win. So I really, really hope that we can have a project out of our region, and maybe one of you today from the learning will be inspired to go and build something that can really make an impact in the community. So timeline and how to join is already happening right now. The submission deadline is on August 12th, and then we have judges voting, and then the results will be out in October. Again, a lot of our experts who are speaking today are also experts in Gemini technology. So if you have any questions, you want to bounce off some ideas, speak to them today, go out to them, connect with them on LinkedIn, or maybe, if you have another developer next to you, you're like, how about we do this together, we split half-half, 25,000 USD, also not bad, right? We don't have to do this together. That's why we're a part of a community. All right, how many of you are ready for Google I/O Extended today? All right, not awake yet. Are you ready? Okay, I have some small swags I can give away, and so I hope that maybe this can get you a little bit more excited. So first question, this is a basic question. When was the first Google I/O conference held? Which year was it held? Anyone? Somebody mentioned to me last week in Bangkok when I did this talk that every year I ask the same question. So if you don't know, either you weren't listening, you weren't here last year. Anybody want to give it a shot? We'll take. I got this like webcam cover and some stickers. Yes. It is 2008. It's not on the screen, right? Okay, well done. Either you really know or you Google really fast. It is 2008. Thank you very much. All right, next. How many, on the stage, Sundar Pichai, our CEO, actually talks about AI a lot. This year, they got Gemini to count how many times did he actually officially say AI on stage at Google I/O. Anyone? If you watched the keynote, they mentioned it. Yes? 121. Is there anybody who wants to challenge that? It is 124. Well done. But you didn't raise your hand. Your friend raised your hand and then... Oh, you had to say, okay, I have enough swags for both of you. Okay. But 121 was close. That was the initial count. But then when he was talking about the answer, then he said AI another 3 more times. So it's actually 124. Although the cheat to this was Dr. Pooh, one of our speakers today, he said he downloaded the video on YouTube and then he uploaded it up to Gemini and then he made Gemini count and it wasn't 124. So, but the one on the screen says 124. So I think maybe Sundar missed some of the teleprompter notes on AI. But this is really great, right? What AI can actually do to help us even make life a little bit more interesting. Next, who knows what is the name of Google's open source large language model? Yes, Gemma. Okay, thank you so much. We got somebody in the front. You just leave your hand up so we can send the swags to you. It is Gemma. That's our open source, and the newest Model 2 is already out. So later, Dr. Pooh also will be sharing about that. Next, what is the latest Google AI model announced at I/O 2024? So the latest at I/O 2024, and you must give me like the full name, not Gemini. Anyone? Yes.
Gemini 1.5 Flash.
Yes, well done. It is Gemini 1.5 Flash. This is the latest one. It announced at I/O Extended. At I/O Connect. At I/O in Mountain View, and so we're very excited that this is the fastest one available. And for the one that is the longest, not the fastest, the longest context window size, how many is it? It is 2 million. I was going, maybe let's give somebody else a chance, but you were really fast. Go ahead. It is 2 million. Well, thank you very much for participating in this quick quiz. I hope that you learned something super quickly as well. And along the day, the experts will be sharing all this, and I hope that you do go a little bit deeper than some of the highlights that I shared with you today. If you're interested to learn more about these technologies and you want some hands-on experience experimenting with Gemini API on cloud, we actually have this program called the Cloud Innovators Program. If you scan it, it gives you access to about 500 credits to our labs, and you can learn it on our learning platform. So it's not like production ready, but it's an opportunity for you to learn. It's guided modules, there are videos, there are step-by-step instructions. So this is a good place for you to start to learn. I'll just give you a minute to scan because I see a lot of phones still up. This is basically you're signing up for also, information to cloud as well as our newsletter, but you can always opt out if you don't want more information, you don't want to learn anymore. So there's this, okay, and then next slide is for startups. If you're a startup and you're thinking, how can I get some cloud credits to play with a product that I'm trying to launch, a startup I'm trying to launch. If you are very early in your journey, you can get up to $2,000 in credits over a course of 2 years. That is our start program. And if you're already, maybe pre-seed, you already have a bit of fun and you want to apply for the one that's up to 100,000 in credits, you can also apply on the same link. So there's a start program and a scale program, and this is a good place for you to actually start thinking about what is the solution you want to solve for and build your startup for. All right, so without further ado, I'm going to hand the time back. If you want to stay connected or follow some of the news that I'm sharing, janicetan.com takes you to my LinkedIn page. Thank you so much. I'm going to hand the time back to our wonderful organizers.
Thank you so much, Janice. I hope you guys got a very insightful information about what has been going on with Google I/O and Gemini, Gamma, and all that. So without further ado, our next session is by Hassan. I will introduce him a little bit. So Hassan has been a Google developer expert for Android since 2016. So he's currently based in Singapore. He's from Singapore, and he serves as the CTO at BeLive Technology. Yeah. Previously, he resided in Seoul, South Korea, and where he contributed to the development of the mobile video streaming SDK and the Android video editing app KineMaster. He's passionate about Android and AI and actively shares about his expertise through blog posts, talks, conferences, and events, engaging with you guys, the fellow developers in the community. So, all good?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe. Yeah. Give a round of applause for Hassan.
Thank you so much.
Let me just share your screen. Hold on, guys.
We will need to go back to the Gmail to join again.
Okay,
Wait.
no problem. Alright.
So just share the entire screen. Okay, yeah.
Okay, then you can try the clicker.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Which one is the charger?
I think here. I'll get you a charger later.
This one, I think, the Mac charger. Okay. Yeah. So sorry, guys. First talk. So sorry to keep you waiting. So I just want to know, like, how many of you are mobile developer and how many of you are backend developers? Can raise hand. Mobile. Okay, that's a decent number. And rest are all backend. There are some who are both, right? Okay, that's very good. So as you know, AI is getting very popular, right? So for especially for mobile, there are two ways to use AI. Actually, three ways. The first is when you are coding, AI can help you with coding, right? It can assist you. Secondly, you can use those Gemini, Vertex AI, integrate the SDKs in your app. The third is own device. Unfortunately, own device, there's like not much open information at the moment. It's like pretty closed, just like some people can access. So today I'll focus on the first two, okay? So before that, I can just introduce myself. Yeah, I'm based in Singapore. So recently, I'm more involved in mentoring. So this was like AI first Singapore startup program. So I was mentoring some startups, then speaking at some events. I was here last year also in IOX extended here. And this year I'm also again here. So it's like a different topic. Last year, not much AI. I couldn't find any AI topics. I was focusing on media, okay? And I was also mentoring Solution Challenge students. I think there was a demo day other day, and I saw some of the projects. Almost all the top 10 finalists use AI, Firebase, cloud, and everything to build some great projects. Okay, so today my agenda will be firstly is productivity. How can you use Gemini in Android Studio? And what are some of the new things you should know as a developer. Secondly, how can you use Gemini SDK? The last but not least is Kotlin multi-platform, but don't worry, Flutter guys. I will just like mention what's the recommendation from Google on this, because this is also a very topic which has been in debate for some time. Okay. Okay, so like Gemini in Android Studio previously was called Studio Bot. They now call everything Gemini, whichever platform you're using, right? So it has been integrated in Android Studio. The latest stable version also use Gemini, and even the preview version has a bit more features. So slowly, I think you will start seeing, like, I will show you some of the cool things today, and then I think you can start using this in your daily life as well. Okay, so some of the key features, how can we use Gemini with Android Studio is code completion, but here it's more specific to Kotlin or Java. It's not like Python or some other languages, right? So it has to be like specific domain, and a lot of Android APIs you will see auto completion, which saves a lot of our time. We don't need to install those extensions on Visual Studio Code, like use GitHub Copilot or other things. We can just use Android Studio. It can also explain errors to you, specifically for Android people. And you can ask some development questions, which I will show some demos as well. Okay, so this is very important. You have to allow Gemini to read your code, which might not be ideal for your projects, company projects at the moment, because there are no specific rules yet. It's a free model, right? So we are not sure how Google is using your data, okay? So you have to authorize it. So you can see like, this is like per project basis. So you can see like, okay, I have to enable AI-based inline code completions. Then I have to, use the context from this project. But I will also tell you like, okay, there's some part of the code where we use a lot of open source libraries, right? The UI related, we can still use Gemini, but there's some secret code, banking applications, cryptography, we don't want Gemini to learn. So you can have this new AI exclude file, okay? The only bad thing about is like if you don't put anything inside, right, it will access everything or something like that. So you need to specify like, okay, don't include these directories of my code in Gemini. Gemini will ignore this. So this is something like git ignore kind of thing, but it has some different kind of rules and regex. So this is one way to control privacy for now, till the time they have a paid version for enterprises and have more privacy controls. Okay, so let's dive into demo directly. Okay. So I have Android Studio with me. Okay, so first of all, you just go to the tools. You go to the view tools window. If you are going for the first time, you can click on this Gemini. Okay, so if you click on the Gemini, you will see on the right side there's like this window opening. If you are doing for the first time, it will ask you to kind of yeah, you need to give some permissions or maybe like, allow it. It's like available in 200 countries. Last year, it was not available in Southeast Asia, so I had to use VPN. But now it's available in more than 200 countries. So here you can ask some questions related to anything. It can give you a link to the documentation as well. Okay, so this is the first thing. Let me go back to some of the things I want to show you. So secondly, yeah, I told you like you can ask some journal questions. So let's try with one question. Let me make it a bit bigger. Okay, now it's more visible. Let's try it a second. Yeah, I think it just goes to the default one. Okay, so I can write how to add dark theme to my Android app. Okay. Okay, so it will give you some code like this. You see like, okay, it gives you like step by step, because for Android you have a dependency, then you have an XML file, then you have some code, right? This is like more like the standard way. And it also have some options for you, for example, merge resources. So you don't need to copy manually. It can just add this to the file you already have, okay? So just like at the bottom. Then there's like, it can create a new file for you as well. So there's like very much, you see insert at the cursor, you can also do that as well. So this is like pretty, I would say like much better than the previous versions where you had much more limitations, okay? So this is the first one. Let's see what I want to show you next. Okay, so there's another very cool feature coming, which is you can upload a screenshot, because we work with designers, right? Designers usually will give us some Figma files, then we have to make the UI according to that. So Android Studio, a couple of months later, will have this feature. You can upload this screenshot, okay? And it will give you compose code. Then you can use that as a starting point. So let's try it out. So for now, we will use Google AI Studio, because the technology and everything behind this Gemini in Android Studio is all the Gemini models we saw, right? It's just like one specific training, like, a bit more training on Android. So let's try that as well. So I have this, this is Google AI Studio. So I will just go to the chat prompt, okay? And what I'm going to do is to upload, because now the you see the Gemini 1.5 Pro or Flash, right, can have multi-models as well. So you can upload some images. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a prompt. So let me go to the slides. Let's just use this prompt. Later you don't need to use such prompts. Android Studio will take care of you, take care of it, okay? So I'll just upload this prompt. Okay, so this prompt is actually act as an Android developer and create a compose code for the image, okay? And use the latest, I would say like Material 3 library, which is the latest, okay? So then I will upload a picture here of the UI I got from designers, okay? So I go here. So firstly, I will try like a very simple one, which I go through my Slack and I found like a very simple login screen, okay? I don't want to challenge AI so much initially. Okay, so, okay, let's try to add it. Oh yeah, I think it's already there. So you can see like it's, the image is here. I just need to push it up, okay? So this AI Studio a bit changed, but it has like got much better now. So you can have like this multi-churn chat So you can go add few, and then you can ask Gemini to just give you the code. So I just run it, so it will give me this kind of code. So meanwhile it's generating the code, I'll connect charger to my laptop. Okay, so we got the code here. Okay, so all we need to just do is to copy this code, and I will show you like how it looks like in Android. Like AI cannot generate like images for you by default, right? So we have to use our own resources. So a bit tweaking we need to do, because we are developers. We don't accept everything which AI is giving us. So because we are developers, right? So I'll just go to the Android Studio. Let's create another file. So call it login demo. Okay, and I want to add, so just want to have a package. So just paste everything here. I'm not changing anything, but obviously there's like a lot of errors. Yeah, this one. Okay, because every time it replies differently. Okay, but since we are developers, okay, so let's see. So it's giving some kind of errors. Let's go to this mode and build and refresh to see. But meanwhile, it's doing here, right? I can show you something which I already did before, because generally, like live demos, right? AI can return one reply one time. Second time, it can return another reply. So it's not like ideally it will return everything. So this is one challenge with generative AI as well, because you always have like different replies at different times of the day, because sometimes it understands in a different way. So you have to go through a few iterations. So anyways, I think there's yeah, I think some errors are happening. So I can do like this kind of things. Okay, let's see if it solves the problem. Otherwise, I can show you something which I already have. So it also asking about this logo. So I can have something like another thing. Okay. Okay. Let's see if it can run. Okay, so yeah, this one. Okay, I can just go here. Okay, let's see. Okay, I think there are some build errors, but I can show you something which I already built before. Okay, so let me just show you quickly. So I have another file with me. For example, I go here. So I have another demo file. So I uploaded earlier this kind of file, like this kind of. So it gave me some code. So I can show you this code first. Okay. So let's go there and see. I think this one can remove. I can come here. Okay. I can paste this code here. So I can run this and I can show you this. Yeah. So what happened was first, right? What they did was it kind of make this the layout here, which I'm putting my cursor. make it like above, like up it up, right? So what I did is like my second iteration, what I did was I asked it to have like this error I have in my code, and then I give it the code, then it make it down. So it's kind of like, you know, find out the problem and kind of like it was smart enough to do this. But next time I tried in another day, it just make it nicely down. So that's how I think it's evolving over the time as well. But I think this is something very cool which is coming in Android Studio very soon, which will I kind of bridge the gap between designers and developers, because ideally we need to spend a lot of time, you know, building this kind of code. But if we have starting code, then, you know, we can just go about this and, you know, change here a bit here and there, and, you know, we can get going as well. So another thing which it did was, you see like my original image, right? You see like this, like a kind of swiping, right? It's like a pager, horizontal pager. So it was smart enough to figure it out that this is a pager. So it gave me the correct library as well. But it gave me like one previous version, like from the material original one. It's not from material 3. So I had to spend couple of a couple of hours to kind of fix it. And, not couple of hours, I would say like 10-20 minutes to figure it out and build like this kind of, you see, there's like this pager thing, right? So the code I built here as a normal developer, it would have taken me half a day, but through AI, I was able to do it maybe 30 minutes. I just needed to do some debugging. Yeah, so this is like one cool thing coming with Android Studio. Okay, let's move to the next one. Okay, so another cool thing about like this like Gemini is that we have we can see like some Firebase Crashlytics in our Android Studio, right? So let's say I try to go. So okay, so once you see the Firebase Crashlytics, right? Right now I don't have a crash. So let's say if you have a crash coming here, then it will have a button something like show insights. I think it's another project I created like a crash. Let me open that project. Meanwhile, I will switch back to slides. Here's the media center. Yeah, this one. Okay. Okay, so this project had a kind of like a crash. So you can use Gemini to give you some insight. So you don't need to, you know, go to the Gemini or OpenAI. You can do right away in Android Studio. So meanwhile, this project is running. Let's look at like a couple of more features. You know, all of you know, like for joining a big company, right? We need to go through coding interviews, you know, and sometimes they ask us to build like very efficient codes, you know, so Android Studio can also help you to simplify your existing code, which you had, let's say a junior developer or some developer long time ago has written some code, but you want to modernize it. You want to, you know, make it like idiomatic and, you know, with all the latest APIs and everything. So Android Studio also has this. So I have this algorithm class here. So I have a couple of algorithms which may be like written few years ago, just like quickly. So now I want to come back here and want to improve the code, right? So Gemini has this feature to transform the code. So I have this simple function which is very popular for coding interviews as well, reverse strings. So whatever language you are proficient in, Kotlin, Python, Java, you need to write it. So it's a kind of a layman implementation, with a lot of loops and everything, right? So I can ask Gemini to help me to transform this code. Okay, so I need to just go to Gemini and transform the selected code, but this option is only available in Android Studio Preview, not in the stable version yet. Okay, so I can ask it simplify and make it idiomatic. So these are all the modern languages, you know, they do like that. Okay. Okay. So this time round, okay, it returned a bit differently. Okay. Yesterday it returned me like 3-4 lines. Okay. So every time you see the AI is very different. So you gotta like get used to this kind of answer. So don't trust answer first time. So what I'm going to do is to try one more time. Okay. Maybe in Singapore when I was trying, right, it was pretty smart. When I came to Malaysia, so it's like, yeah, it was like, yeah, yeah, because Malaysians already are very smart, right? But in Singapore, yeah, yeah, because in Singapore we need this kind of AI for everything. Yeah. So let's try again. Let's try. Simplify. Make it idiomatic. Okay, let's try. Because people here, oh yeah, you see. So next time it gives me just few lines. So these are all the Kotlin default APIs. And I tell you, like, if you, the left one and right one is the same answer, same things, okay? But if you go for coding interviews, you will get job based on the right one. Because everything, the coding and everything is right, but they want your code to be efficient as well. So if I go for interview and I do the left answer, it's okay, they will hear my thoughts and everything, but they will still insist me to simplify it, okay? Then the right one will be the preferred one. So I can do some more refinements as well. I can ask Gemini to add documentation, okay? So to this function, okay, I can ask something like that. Let's see what happens, okay? Okay, so you see there's some documentation here already, okay? So I don't need to describe it to it. It's based on the words and everything. So that's why variable names are very important. Your function names are very important. Why senior developers emphasize, right? It's also helpful for AI, okay? It's not only for your senior developers or, you know, for the other developers joining the company, but it's also for AI to understand the context and, you know, help you. So this is like a very, very cool thing which will be available in Android Studio a couple of months later, okay? Yeah. So let me go back and show you some more. Okay, so another cool thing is, like, for example, I'm building an app and I only know like a couple of languages, but I want to build it for like many people can access. So I have like this strings for translation. I can use Gemini for that as well. So let's go to strings. Okay, so I have like bunch of things sitting here in English. So I want to change it to Malay or Chinese. So let's ask Gemini to do this for us. Okay. I can go here. I can still use transform selected code and say translate to Chinese. Okay, so I can just ask it to translate strings for me. Okay, yeah. So all the translators, I think, should be a bit scared because I remember like the app which mentioned like KineMaster, we translated to 20 plus languages. We paid a lot of money because everything we did was, and I was the one also integrating like different languages. So, you know, Spanish sometimes have longer text, Chinese have lesser text. So I need to, you know, modify the UI and everything, like make it for all the languages. So we had to pay a lot of money to the translator. So now I'm not sure how accurate this is, but, you know, Chinese people sitting here, they can know, but it's something like that. So you can use Gemini to do this kind of trivial task for you. Okay. Okay, so yeah, okay, so let's go back to the slides so we can move to the next section. Okay, meanwhile, let me go back if I have the product screens already. Yeah, so this one I think I already covered that earlier. Like this code I all generated from the AI Studio. So I can show you the conversation which I had with the AI because I had like a backup here just in case it didn't work. Okay, so I can go back and show you. Okay, so Okay, let's go back. So my first conversation with the Gemini was, okay, I have this UI here, and give me the code, okay. So it gave me the code and everything, okay, but I was a bit not happy with the code. So I asked it to use the pager from Foundation Compose library, because it was using a library which is like 1 or 2 years older, but it still didn't understand my question, so I had to do it by myself. Then after that, I just like got, then I had to ask it, like, you see, like, okay, there's this problem, please adjust it, and I just gave it all the code here, okay. So this is also need to be very careful, don't give your personal important code here, okay. Only the open source or the UI stuff is fine. Then it gave me this code, which it figured it out where to put it, you know, and also didn't add any more bugs or things. So I just copied it back, and it worked for me. And also explain for you key changes, like where it changed row to column and vertical arrangement and those kind of things. But after that, I still had to do a bit more steps to add those, you know, the swiping, like those dots. So this is some work I had to do. So I didn't rely on it 100%, okay. Okay, let's go to the next one. Okay, so you can also integrate Gemini prompts in your app. So how can you do that? For example, I'm here, right? So I'm using Google AI Studio. There's a on the right side, there's a get code one. So you can click on the Android Kotlin, then you can get something. But one complaint also have is that it says like not multimodal here, but multimodality is already supported. So this is a bit outdated for now, but it gives you some code which you can add in your Android, Flutter, Swift app. Okay, yeah, I think Flutter is not here. So it's JavaScript, Python, and Swift for iOS as well. Okay, yeah. So this is one more thing I wanted to show you. Okay, let's, some of the references later we'll share the slides, so you can go to those links and read more about this. Another cool thing I wanted to show you is Android device streaming, because we are already, we don't have many devices, right? And many of us are working from home, so we can borrow some devices from Google. Those are physical devices accessed through cloud in Android Studio, and you can run your code there as well. So I just want to show you where is it. So you can go to Device Manager. Device Manager is also accessible from View Tools window. Okay, and then you this small Firebase button, very small but very, very useful, and I would say like it saves a lot of time. Like, don't need to rush to office. Sometimes we need devices, right? We have to go to office, so we can, just work from home and fix our bugs on all the newer devices. You need to choose a Firebase project. It was free for a long time. Many people didn't bother. Now they give you 120 minutes free. After that, they will start charging you. This is how generally it works, right? So you still have 120 minutes for every Firebase project, which has a billing attached actually. Okay, so I can choose one of the Firebase project. Yeah, okay. One of my Firebase project, the quota exceeded, so I use another Firebase project. Okay, so it tells you like, okay, this many minutes are remaining. After that, they will start charging you. Then I can have some devices, for example, Pixel 8 Pro, which we always tell like Google, we don't have devices, 8 Pro can run on device AI as well. Okay, yeah. And then we have the Samsung Fold, which is like very expensive phone. We cannot like afford that. So you can like just book the device. So I will just like reserve the device. Okay, so I just click on this button, and it's like reserving the device for me, so I can use it for some time. And if I want to return it back, I can just remove it, and it will destroy it, and it will be ready for next person. So this is like a very good way to if you don't have a device with you, you can use this. Okay, so meanwhile it's reserving a device. When it's ready, right, I will come back to the demos again. Okay, so let's talk about Gemini SDK for Android. Actually, there's like a lot of changes and a lot of improvements recently. So Gemini API is natively available for all these platforms, Python, Node. If you join Build with AI sessions, mostly was Python, Node.js, or REST APIs. But now it's available for Flutter, Android, and Swift. One small problem is that it's only for prototyping through the Google AI Studio, the one which I showed you earlier. So we are like, okay, spending a lot of time and it's like not for production, right? We are a bit sad, but don't need to worry so much because Firebase has a Vertex AI SDK recently launched for all these devices, and they access Vertex AI, which is made for production. But another small problem is in experimental stage, alpha version, so still don't recommend it to use it. But a good thing is that this, the Gemini API SDK for Android using Google AI Studio and Firebase is same APIs, just the package is different. And it uses like Firebase credentials. It's like a bit more safe as well, okay, and have more security, okay. So don't need to change your code as well. So, and then there are API templates. So I will show you the templates. When you're creating a new project, you will see this Gemini API starter, okay. So basically it saves you a lot of time to, configure the dependencies, it's also like a multimodal kind of starter template. So this is how you set it up. I will show you the demo as well, so you can put your application and all. It's just like creating a new project, okay. You put your API key as well. So only small problem with this API key is that if anyone uses your API key as of now, right, they have a limited free quota, but after that they start charging for it. So don't share your keys anymore. Yeah, I will delete my key also after this meeting, because earlier like I was like, somebody can take screenshot, right? So then I go back home and there's like a big bill, because there's no limitation. Although I think I put for Firebase, you can put like daily quota. I put $100. No, it's monthly. You can put daily quota as well. So I have to be very careful about these small things, because we are building a lot of AI projects. If our key gets public, now it's with a credit card, so can go like you're out of control. Okay, so okay, so just now I explained like, okay, how to make a production grade application on Android. I have to computer is struggling a bit. I hope it doesn't die. Yeah. I think it's not charging. Yeah, look at this one. Can you try this one? Just like a MacBook charger, right? I think it should be okay. It's not charging. I can try like these ports. Sometimes the ports are also a problem. Yeah, excuse me a bit, because I'm sharing my screen also, so it's like using a lot of resources. Okay. Yeah, now it's better. Okay, yeah, that's it. Gives me a lot of relief. Okay, so I just explained like how can we make a production grade application on Android. So we can use Firebase, which was released during Google I/O time. Okay, and what it does is like it actually access the Vertex AI tools. So this is like a pretty great thing. Anything coming new to Vertex AI, you can access through Firebase as well. Okay, so there's some tutorials and everything as well. I'll just show you the demo. So let's try the API starter kit. Okay, how can you add the template? So I think for now, I go to new project. Okay, so what I can do is I can use this Gemini API starter. So this one is available only in the preview version at the moment. Okay, but code works. I've tried like few times, so it's like a pretty good template to get started with. Basically, saves you also a couple of hours, you know, to get things in place. Then I just need to do like, okay, IOX kill and everything. I'll just like keep everything by default for now. I need to have an API key here, so I can just put ABC for now, but later I'll show you how to change it. Okay. So let's see, the project is building somewhere and will come up soon. Yeah, okay, so it's here. So it uses Compose and everything, and you know, so it's like a pretty, I would say like a pretty good template. Now it has multi-modal things as well. So you, if you try to build on your own, still will take a couple of days, you know. But I think we have seen a lot of Python ones, right? So you can use like for the Android, and also similarly they have for Swift as well, if someone is interested in iOS. Okay, yeah. So yeah, so meanwhile it's running. Let me connect my device as well. Yeah, one tricky part with Android presentations are always these devices, and you know, so a lot of hassle to have devices, because I usually don't like emulators so much. I mean, they are pretty good, like useful, but actual device is actual device. Yeah, so I just connected. Okay, so meanwhile it's running. I think I can show you a sample somewhere. Let's see. So it will be something like this. Can make it a bit bigger. So it will be something like this. So what I did is like I just changed the images from default, like cookies and those kind of things. So I'm selecting one image here, and I'm asking AI to describe this pose and give some rules. Okay. So I'm using Gemini Flash 1.5, which is a bit faster. So you can see like, okay, it returns me with some like a description of the image, and also shows me like a bullet points. So right now the replies from this 1.5 Flash and Pro are markdown, or you can have a JSON option as well. So you need to render those, because there's a bullet points, right? So you need to have something. So there's a some open source libraries to do that for you as well. Okay, yeah. Okay, okay. So Firebase, if I go to the code, right, I would just want to show quickly. So I think this another sample I have is using Firebase. Okay, so if I go to the view model here, so I just want to quickly show like not much difference between Firebase and the normal API. So it's just like you need to use this Firebase here. So you have to import things from Firebase, but except everything is almost similar. And since like 2-3 weeks ago, they also have function calling, which today you will hear a lot in all the presentations, which is like just another way to, you know, get some functions, and then you can have another API calls, and then like do like you know, multi-churn application to do some API request, a SQL query. By the way, don't do SQL queries from Android. Okay, yeah, if you can do like for the local room database or something, but don't, you know, send it to cloud. Yeah, it's not recommended. So you can do some API calls. Let's say what I want to eat today, recommend me some food, and also place orders, right? This kind of query. So you can build functions which will search some foods for you first. Then after, based on your preferences or something, right, it can place an order for you as well. So if you want to do this kind of multi actions, then you can use function calling. So you don't need to have a backend developer building something for you. So for that, I want to show you a simple demo as well. So this brings me to the next topic as well, which is like function calling. So for function calling, what we do is we define a function. So I have like two functions here. Let me go and try to make it bigger, because I think something is like, because I wanted to make it like a bit bigger. Okay, I think finally a bit bigger. Okay, so I have two functions here. One is exchange rate. For example, you're building some application to give users exchange rate, right? But information changes in real time. So you have a backend where you will have this API request, like a REST API, to get this information. But for users, like you just want them to type something, you know, you don't want them to do this by themselves. So okay, so you will define a function. The function is called get exchange rate. It has some description. You tell the API about description, and then you will have some schema, right? Currency from and currency to. So for example, like for me, like okay, from SGD to ringgit, okay, something like that. And then you will have this make API request. So this is where you will call your server or anywhere else to get the information, and then you need to pass that result back to AI, okay, so that AI can give the final answer. You don't need to like kind of do like wait for one reply, then you know ask users to do another question or something. You can do in one go. So the function called API request, something is like this. So you're modeling like API request, because API REST API always have a request and a response. So you design your API response like that. Then you make a function out of this. So then I have this function which is make API request. Then it's like a dummy. It's just like to simulate, right? So I'm not calling any actual API, but I will return something like a JSON object, okay? And then, okay, so I have one function, but I have another function because I can have multiple functions as well. User can ask about something else as well, right? Can ask about weather. So here for just for demo purposes, return the uppercase of an input string, something like that. So this one you don't need to call any API. You can do like on device handling as well. So we'll just run this app. Okay, so okay, and then we will just see just like a quick reply, like okay, is the API smart enough, AI, to figure it out what your question is, and then reply us with those functions. And for this function calling, I will suggest you to listen to some of the sessions later, because you will hear this a lot today. Yeah. Okay, so I have, okay, I think what I needed to do here is I had to, yeah, so I have earlier for demo purposes I do something like that, so I can just quickly run this. Okay, so now the device is very small. Okay, let me go back and make it like a bit smaller. Okay, let's go here and make it like 110%. Okay, so I think now you can see. So I have some questions here. For example, how much is the 50 SGD dollars in the Malaysian ringgit? So even I didn't write the full answer. So I'll just like ask the AI, right? But in the backend, like this function calling happening and API requests and everything. So it tells me some rate, okay? Then I just want to show you like, okay, how does it actually did. So I will just go here. Okay, so you can see like, okay, this is like a function calling response, right? So it gives me this kind of response, okay, with the function and everything. I use this. I gave it back to the AI. AI figured it out, the answer, and gave me the final answer. So this is like a very nice way to do this. Generally, like we will write our string what is the answer, right? But AI can do this kind of replies for you, and it can do in different languages also. Even if you ask in different language, it can still reply to you. So let's change to the another one. So the other one I think we are talking about is uppercase letter, right? So I just want to see like, okay, I give it 2 functions, so it's smart enough to figure out what is the, so I just write my name. So even though AI can do this by itself, right, without writing a function, okay. So so you can see like, okay, I go back here. I just want to show you if it, yeah, so you can see like, okay, it did the function calling here. So this is very useful. You can have multiple functions, and then you can, you know, just like switch. It can switch for you, and this conversation can go on throughout unless you place the order, let's say for your delivery app or something. Yeah, so this is like a very good way for the local developers to do this. Okay, then let's go back to the slides. Okay, so yeah, so there's like a Vertex AI sample as well with different like you know, text. There's one like you can upload the picture as well. Then there is a chat one as well. So these are some samples you can use as a starting point. Okay, so I want to show like the Gemini models, right? So earlier we talked about Gemini Flash and Pro. So these are some of the differences in all of them. Okay. So some of them can handle video. You can see like the 1.5 Flash and 1.5 Pro are like Vision. So they are replacing Vision as well. Previously Vision was the one multimodal, but now you can use Flash and Pro for doing the same things. And also the tokens. So I didn't add 2 million token, which is also available at the moment. So you can see like what are the limitations of these models, which one is suitable for you. Based on, you know, all these calculations. Then the cost wise, I told you Google AI Studio changed to pay as you go model. There's like a very small limited quota of free. You need to have a credit card to go beyond that. Okay. And this is like the free of the charge. You can do 1500 requests per day. Okay. Then there is a pay as you go as well. Okay. For Firebase also is only pay as you go. Firebase doesn't have a free version anymore. It means like you will have like credit card there, then you can use Firebase SDK. So this also like when you go to the Firebase console, you will see this kind of options. They can configure your apps for, you know, the Firebase Gemini SDK as well, and then you can start using those as well. Okay, so I have done this hard work. I have written all the code in Android, right? But I have no time to write in iOS. So what should I do? I should use Kotlin multi-platform. Okay. So for Kotlin multi-platform, Google's recommended. How much time I have? Okay. So they suggested like, okay, there's like Flutter as well, right? So they say, okay, we are endorsing Kotlin multi-platform, but in what sense? They say like, use Kotlin multi-platform for sharing business logic. For UI logic, still they recommend you Flutter. Yeah, but there's like a JetBrains and, you know, the other community which are big fan of UI. So they are asking you to compose, and then it can be used on iOS. So you just use one code base. Okay. So this is how the Kotlin multi-platform is. There's like a client multi-platform. There's a common library. You can target so many platforms together with the same Kotlin. If you're good in Kotlin, you can build for all these applications. But always there is a small catch, okay? This you will know when you do it by yourself, okay? So, so cross-platform apps, this is the slide. This is from the, I would say, from the JetBrains, not from Google. You can use Compose multi-platform. Then you have these all other layers going on. Okay, so you can create a Kotlin multi-platform project using this tool. So let's look at this tool quickly. Okay, so this is a tool where you can have the project name, your project ID. So your project ID will change to an iOS bundle ID and package ID for Android. You can select Android, iOS, desktop, web, server. But generally will not select server because we are building for UI, right? So server is mostly the backend one, okay? So you can like build for different platforms together, okay? And this is like still in beta, the Compose multi-platform. And I just want to emphasize that this is from JetBrains effort. This is not like Google is, maybe internally they are doing it, but not publicly they are like recommending it, okay? Okay, so this is how, and you can use native UI as well. You want to just share the business logic, you can use Compose on Android. So what I did is like, because didn't have much time, so I just used the same code which I had before. Okay, so I just copy pasted, frankly speaking, just copy pasted the code to Compose multi-platform to build an iOS app for you, okay? So here, earlier I built an iOS app, right? So you can have like, for example, a Compose app, which is for Android, then you can have an iOS app. So for iOS app, you need to do some configuration because it has to use Xcode. Unfortunately, Android cannot run iOS code on its own. So in the backend, like you need to have a MacBook, you need to have Xcode installed. So you need to have like this target, like, okay, I'm running on iOS 15 with this OS, it's a debug project, and this is my Xcode project, okay? So, but the good thing is like you don't need to go and do anything with the Xcode project. It's just used for simulation, like using the simulator and, you know, publishing to the App Store, okay? So I just quickly run, because it takes some time, right? So the same app, which I showed you on Android a while ago, is on iOS as well. And I didn't touch iOS. I didn't write a single line in Swift. I just used the same Compose, same view models and everything, and I just go and write the same. So let's just see if it works or not. Okay, so let's go and see. Okay, so yeah, so you see it can reply also, right? So yeah, that's internally they have some drivers and code written to change the Compose code to the Swift UI or whatever. We don't go in those kind of complexities, but that's how it works. And there's a big community of people supporting this, so you'll find a lot of open source library for this, okay? But there were some challenges. I had to find some libraries and everything because you can see like one thing you notice is like the GenAI SDK, right, is also the multi-platform version. But I had to, one of the GDs create this library actually. So I didn't need to like, you know, go and write this. So we are not using the Swift version. We are just using the multi-platform version, which is like actually in Android. But he had to write something internally to, you know, there's expect and actual function. Expect is like, okay, this platform, it will run like this. For iOS, internally it will run like this. So there are some small differences for images, the way they are on Android and on iOS. So these are the small changes he did, but it's the same library which I showed you earlier is running on iOS as well, okay? Let's go back to the slides. Okay, so you have to download the Kotlin multi-platform plugin to do this kind of experimentation. So you can create a project. There's also like this template I use, but it gives me some error because it's using CocoaPods. So there's some build error. So I use the online tool to create the project. And then you can have your Compose app and your iOS app. So this is the directory structure, how the code is shared. It will help you with development as well. And then you can run on Android. You can run on the iOS simulator as well. You can run on the actual iOS device as well. And you can integrate Gemini as well. And some of the UI framework libraries, these are mostly built by JetBrains or the multi-platform resources. Means like you have an image for iOS, right? You want to use Android, you can put it in the multi-platform. You don't need to have separate resources, strings and all those kind of things. View model is one thing for, you know, we use a lot in Android, like your coroutines and, you know, the async, all the code to connect to the network, which you can use from Compose and from the, like this Kotlin. So they do the translation for you internally for iOS. Yeah. Navigation and routing is also experimental. These are some of the libraries which is from Google officially for multi-platform, paging, SQLite, Room, data store, and there are some samples as well. Okay, and there are more samples on these links. So once you have the slides, right, you can go and check them out. So there are some of the samples are from the GDs. Actually, they are pretty like active in this. Okay, so just say like if you go to GitHub and search multi-platform samples, you will find some very good samples as well. And the good thing is like 90 to 95% the code is in Kotlin. So you don't need to learn another language to build these applications. So there are some for like not only for Android, it can run on web, can run on desktop application, because generally we are not used to making desktop applications, right? But you see like now OpenAI also has a desktop application. So you see like some people still prefer to have desktop applications. Okay, so that's pretty much it from my side. Thank you so much for your time. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
Thanks so much to Hassan. Before we move on to the next speaker, while next speaker sets up, maybe any questions? One question for Hassan. Any questions? Okay, yeah. Let me pass you the mic.
No.
Yeah.
Hi, Anson. Thank you so much for doing this informative. I wanted to ask you, how can a software engineer produce outputs that are consistent, because with AI, every iteration produces a different result? How can we produce a game, let's say, that's like tic-tac-toe, or what move is going to be made? How can we configure with AI being in the driver's seat? How can we know that it will be producing in a certain scope the outputs? What would you say to that? Are we able to implement Gemini 1.5 Flash Pro, all these models in a manner that can produce consistency or in a certain confined place in an expected range of answers?
Yeah. So I think there are a couple of ways, right? I just tell like without any fine tuning or anything, right? How we did this was give more context, because now you have like the bigger context, right? And then you give it a sample questions and replies. So you teach AI a lot first. Yeah, like you ask it like, okay, I'm giving you a question, but there's a my expected answer should be in this format. Don't navigate from here. So you need to kind of like tell it. So it's not like something, it has a brain also, right? So it can go something like left and right as well, because it has a very big data pool to get from. I think it's a very interesting question for us, like how we did to build a platform in our company, like a product, like a pilot, right? Is to give it more context, give it a sample set of questions and answers. So it didn't navigate much from it. Only part is like, okay, when it doesn't know, like it fits it with this context, it will say, sorry, I cannot answer, something like that. So you need to, have your context and prompts. So this is also comes down to like how you design your prompts. So if your prompts and everything have a very good storyline, and like you are telling like my inputs, these are some of the examples I have, which I have done, then it will reply you better. So this is one way. This is without doing any fine tuning and anything. But if you are interested, let's say to go like one step further, then you can fine tune with some of the data or models you have, expected result and questions. Then it will give you, suggest you in a better way. So these are a couple of the things you should consider. Yeah.
So in a nutshell, you mean we have to provide generative AI with context-specific prompts?
Yeah, and also some sample questions and answers. So you say like, okay, this is my question. Some of the answers you know already, right? You still tell it, okay, this is how I think you should reply or something. Then it will have more knowledge about this. So this is some experience we had, working with Gemini.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just one small.
Yeah.
The git ignore equivalent file you mentioned, AI exclusion.
Yeah.
Is that still relevant in this?
No, this is for Android Studio.
On the Android.
Yeah, this is because this is for the Gemini, the bot I told you, right, the chat bot.
Yes.
So this is for that. Yeah. Yeah, okay, but it will work with the Kotlin multi-platform as well because it's still Android Studio. Okay, yeah, no worries. Any more question? Just one. Okay.
So sorry, but I think
Okay, can take offline.
can ask him later. During
Yeah, I
the
can take
session.
offline
Due to
because
time
yeah, a bit
constraints.
like run over time. Yeah,
No
take it.
problem. But just to make an announcement, so
Delay
Darshan
20
has a
minutes.
session on, let me
I have
read
to
it out.
rush.
Good luck. Good luck.
Darshan's
I have to rush
session
because
on
it's
using
already
Android
20
Studio with
minutes late.
Gemini AI for test-driven development is happening now at level 20. So it hasn't started yet because the certificate just ended. But if you're interested to go to that workshop by Darshan, it's downstairs at level 20. That using Android Studio with Gemini AI for test-driven development. Yeah. So if you're interested, go ahead now, and we'll just continue the session with Varat here. So Varat, let me introduce Varat. So Varat Romaniki.
Yes. Yeah, okay.
I hope I didn't butcher that name. He's the co-founder of and chief product officer of Wisite, a data analytics company. And he's also a global developer expert in web, tech, and a part-time instructor at Studio. Varat also runs some side projects such as Cypher.app, the EV charging planning app in Thailand, and Poster.
Yeah.
Yeah, Poster, the app that helps to capture social media posts into a lovely picture. So let's welcome Varat.
Hi, hello. Okay, actually, I never talked on this slide in English before. This slide is reserved for the iOS 10 seasons for this year. So this concept, but before we start everything, the AI that I speak in this slide doesn't mean only the Gen AIs or Geminis or something like that. It include the conventional AI like prediction model or classify model. So that's I want to set everyone's tone first because right now is when everyone say AI, your top of mind will be Gen AI, right? But actually, is AI beyond that. It has some model. We have a deep learning model that happened last year or several years ago. Yeah, all the slide is included. So when you want to implement the AI on your web applications, these are the main three components that should be included. Is user input, right? The infrastructure and frameworks like TensorFlow, JS, something like that, and the model. So all this is a components to implement the AIs on your applications like natives or everything, and also web. So how to implement the AIs or like add the AI feature onto your website today? It's easy, right? You just use the clouds, everything, you call the API and all that, right? You use Gemini, you use many options like Google, they have a vision AIs, they have a language AI, something like that. You call the AI, you call the APIs to the clouds, and clouds the host infrastructure and all that infrastructures, frameworks, and also the model. And you set the input on the website and call the API. What is the advantage of that? First one, from the developer perspective, is upgradability. You can upgrade the model every time. You can increase like the ability of models or switch to another model every time. Because the user don't know anything behind the scenes. The user just send the image and all done, right? Second one is more flexibility is in terms of the developer that can upgrade or can manage the model. And also the controllability that you can control the models or quality of the model. You can retest many times, right? That is very simple idea of the hosting models on your infrastructure on the cloud. This is an example that call the models on the clouds. You use a SDK and call that once and get the results and all that. But what is the problem? It's not has any problem about that? But no, they have some problem. First one is response times. When you call the API, you have to wait because the internet, right? You have to like send the package, the payloads and wait the response. And also the AI is not that fast. I think everyone know they take time a little bit, even like some 100 milliseconds or 200 milliseconds, but still need the time to process. The second one is a privacy concern. When you send the data to the AIs over the clouds or over the API, do you know what the provider use your data? It's no one know, right? When you use like face mask, AIs, and they send every frames of the videos through the internet, do you know that anyone hacks your data? Or how's the provider use your data? You don't know, right? You don't know everything. The third one is scalability. From the developer's perspective, when you host your own model, it's a very big problem because you need a huge infrastructure for predictions. Like you need a GPU, you need like the bunch of the instance that had a GPU. So that is the problem of the hosting AIs on the cloud. I have some new like proposed. Actually, it's a quite common concept in nowadays. It's called on-device AI. The concept of on-device AI is extremely, this is like the best case is you host everything on the machines. User input, infrastructure is frameworks and models. Everything is fully on the machine. But how it works is has some idea first. Today, it's not that easy to like host the models on machines, specifically on web. I will tell you why. So you host the infrastructure and frameworks on the web, and you download the model every time you use and caching, something like that. There's called a hybrid on-device AI. So the frameworks and like process to predictions or classification is running on your machines, but every time you open the web, it's new loading, you have to download the model. So there is a concept of hybrid on-device AI. But the second one is that, as I told you, is a fully on-device AI that you host everything on at one. You ship everything on at one. But this one, you need to rely on the browser because when you develop the web, the platform that web run is browser, right? So this idea is very, very like early, like adopt right now. Some browsers already ship the model inside the browser, but I will show you how they ship and how it's work. So the idea is kind of like simple, right? You just ship the models on your device. So many like platform now is already embed the model on the device, like Google's are already embed the Gemini Nano to Pixel 8, I think so, and also Pixel 8 Pro, and Apple Intelligence. I would not say AI for this word, it's Apple Intelligence. They has their own on-device AI that you can use the SDK called by the Siri kit, something like that. But it sounds look very easy, but why it's not happen on the web? That's pretty good question, right? Why is on-device AI is not happen on the web even like the phone is already there? First one is about the model size. So when you look into the conventional models like EfficientNet, BERT, or MobileNet, the size, the minimum size is 9 megabytes. So if every time user have to download the model in the size of 9 megabytes, kind of like, okay, it's a short movie. So that one obstacle that all the web is not easy to adopt the on-device AI. But if you look into the something LLM, so like a Gemma 1.1 or Llama 3, 8 billion parameters, and the Gemma is 2 billion parameter, you can see like 2.5 gigabyte and upper. So it sounds weird, to let the user download the model the size of 2 GB every time that user open the website. Even they cache, but the idea is so weird, right? So this is a LLM, but it's a more stupid LLM model. The Gemma, the 1.12 billion, 2 billion parameter is very small. And 8 billion Llama 3 is very small also. Let's see the real one, the Gemma that real ones, and also the Llama that the real one, their size. It's impossible to ship the Llama 3 70 billion parameters through the browser. It's impossible, right? 40 gigabytes, possible? Like, okay, before you start using my website, download the 40 gigabyte model first. It's kind of the weird thing. So this is one factor that you see not much the on-device AI happen on the web. The second one is a technology. The key technology that makes the on-device AIs can be happen is based on the three technology. One is WebAssembly, because almost the AI is right on C, C++. That it's not JavaScript. You have to like make those code run on the JavaScript, so you need WebAssembly. WebAssembly is an idea of compile the low-level language. Like I want to see native language, like C++, large Haskell, something like that, to able to run on the web front end. WebGL, in the past, we cannot connect to the web GPU to the GPU directly from the web. We need the WebGL to point the like a dot of the color and calculate. So the WebGL will use the power of the web GPU to calculate. So we try to like use the web GPU as a proxy to the WebGL to the proxy to the GPU. So that is the way of the AI on-device AI using in nowadays. But from last year, the Chrome just launched a new feature called the web GPU. So instead of like run the code to the WebGL, it's run the code to the GPU directly. So it make all the 3D libraries and also the AI library run faster and faster. So it's how fast. I'll show you later is how fast of it. From the WebAssembly, it's just fully support in some browsers. Some features not support yet. If you heard the news that Google spreadsheet just convert the Java or something like that to the WebAssembly, it's still not able to use that function on the Safari right now, because the problem is that some feature of the WebAssembly that need on that the spreadsheet is not available on Safari yet. But yeah, that I told you, some feature is just available in like Safari is a 17.4 that happened like a couple months ago. For the web GPU, right now it support only Chrome, the Chromiums. And Safari is already bundled on the technology previews, the last version of technology preview. That's likely to fully support in the not next version of the Safari, is next version of the Safari. So that's key that why the on-device AI is not available on the web much yet. So the web GPU is faster than the WebGL like 7 times at least, in some cases 10 times. So because you don't need to talking with the like stupid canvas that write the dot of the color to calculate the AI. So you don't need the proxy to do that. And these are examples of how fast. So you can see the CPU time is like 16 milliseconds to the 0.2 millisecond. So it's faster like almost 10 times. Before we see how to use it, how to use the on-device AI, or how to implement the on-device AI, this is the advantage of on-device AI. First one is near real time, and also you can use with the video. That's simple things, because if you use a video with the on-cloud AI is quite impossible because you have to send all the frame to the server, right? Second one is scalability. You ship the model to the clients. You don't need a server. You don't need infrastructure because you let the user learn their own model, right? So it's kind of tricky because the model, that model is cached on your user device. They can copy, but yeah, you have to trade off about it. The privacy of the data, the perspective of the user is easy because like the data is not like sent out from their device. It like is happen on their device. Every predictions of every classification. Actually, you can do some train models on the device and create the cache of the models on the device, but I don't recommend to do that. But it's possible to do that actually. Okay, let's see how to implement. So I split into 3 levels. First one is from scratch, from the people that understand the ML's AI. Second one is ready to use, then you can like download the library and all that. The third one is built-in browser, what is very new today. The first option is you still need some like clouds to hosting the model. Not hosting, like you put the file in it, and when user open the website, it's let the user download the files and cache into their device. So it's kind of the download on demand idea. So start from scratch. The red one, because I'm stupid, I'm not smart enough for like from scratch one. Okay, if you know the TensorFlow and you're able to use the TensorFlow has a TensorFlow.js version that you able to build the model in the version of TF Lite. It's a TensorFlow Lite, and you can use that model on the website directly without like using any server. If you're not like has a skill to write out the code, building the model by your own, like me, the TensorFlow has a tools named a teachable machine that allow you to create the image classifications model or text classification model in simple way. And when you create, you just like give the example of the image like underwaters or museums. I created 2 classes of the classifications, and it has the ability to taste and like example to predict, sample to predict for you. After you done that, you just download. You get the long line of code that fully able to run on the web. Don't need a server. So it's kind of the 10-minute building the image classification model to use on your front end. The second one is if you use a PyTorch. PyTorch is not fully support the WebAssembly on this time, but you are able to convert PyTorch to Onyx runtimes to Onyx, and the Onyx runtime, it has our Onyx runtime on web that you can use a PyTorch model on web. It's kind of like 2-step, but it is a way of the developer that use PyTorch for the model. I have experience on that one because my company uses PyTorch. It's not good. Trust me. And good news is that both platforms already support web GPU. If you want to speed up the user on the Chromes or Microsoft Edge, is already support there. Okay, I think that is for the person that know AI in very low level, not me. So I'm more in the like implemented person. So I would recommend you to use a ready to use and AI what we call the pre-trained. First 2, I recommend you to use a MediaPipe. MediaPipe is a Google product that you can browse the ready-to-use models of the Google. And they have a 10 or like 12 model that you can download and copy the code. And the model is available in many versions like GPU, CPU. It's a like model that you are able to use it. Use the face mask, use the face stylings, image stylings, or text classification, something like that. You can use MediaPipe for that. MediaPipe is actually the wrap the TensorFlow.js, but it's easy to use. How easy? This is easy that I mentioned, like just 3 or 4 lines of code. You get the translation AIs that use, I think use BERT one. It's take translation AIs on the device, not in the cloud. So it's simple line of code that make the AI run on the web. Second one is Transformer.js. If you know the Hugging Face, has their own frameworks called the Transformer. The Transformer has the Transformer.js that able to run on the web. Some models is already comply for the Transformer.js on Hugging Face. You can browse on the Hugging Face, and also the Hugging Face is provided the ready-to-use model to use on the Transformer.js. Don't need to like hassle some code much. So the code is very small compared to the MediaPipe. Just 2 lines of code actually, if you not like count the include one. So you just put 2 lines of code, you get a sentiment analysis. All this happen on the browser, fully on the browser. So you see, many people use the, not use, but it's already prepared on-device AI utility for the developer, and you can use it. Like you just go to the website and download. Today is like the days of the Gen AI, right? The LLM. They have some people try to implement the LLM on the browser. The idea is, okay, user, they open the browser and the website and waiting the downloading the LLM model is take like forever to download. We have some library called a web LLM that you can build in the LLMs on your website directly. It's still hassle thing because you need the user waiting to download the full LLM model before they initial it. So they already support like all the LLM model in this world, Llama, Gemma, everything that have in the world is already support there. So the code is not that much, just a few lines of code. But the problem is this one. If you see this one, if this line of code is not finished, you cannot initial the AI. So you have to wait until the downloading process is complete. So if you choose the Llama 3 70B, you have to download the 40 gigabytes of the model that I show you. So it's kind of experimental, but it shows everyone that LLM has ability to run on the browser. Just figure out how to download the model, just that. It sounds funny, but it's real. Okay, this is all the ready-to-use model, but there's a built-in browser. This different thing, this is a new thing, this happen soon on Chrome. I think when we watch Google I/O, you heard about the Gemini Nano on Chrome, right? I think everyone imagine only that, okay, they have a Gemini feature on Chrome, something like that. But no, not only that. Chrome, since 127, they already ship Gemini Nano models built in your Chromes right now. And you're not able to use that yet, but very soon, So the idea is the websites talk with the API, some web API, and connect directly to Gemini Nano that already on your browser. And after that, they wrap with some API. They will have prompts APIs and the translation API. Translation API is not launched yet, but yeah, they have two. And after that, get the model runs on a NPU, TPU, CPU, GPU, whatever PU, and get the results and return back to the browser without connect to the Gemini in AI Studio. It just happened on the browser. But it still uses Gemini Nano 3.5 billion parameter. That's a very small one. The code is very short. That's one. Create a text sessions, run the text sessions, and run the prompt. That's all. You see this like window.ai, right? So that is the API that you need to use on the Chrome. But I have sneak preview. So actually, I'm in the programs called the early previews of the Gemini Nano on Chrome. So my Chrome is already built in the Geminis. So this idea. So the idea is this is a review box of like the food restaurant review. So example, I like this. I like this shop. Okay, it should be fine. No. Wait a minute. Let me check again. I hit it. Okay, yeah, that's it. You see the star. The idea of this demo is I ask the Geminis to convert my reviews to star. And please tell me what is sentiments of the review. So, okay, I will show you the code. It's a very simple code. Okay, the code is I get the review from the user, and I put into the prompt that your task is evaluate the rating of the restaurant review that user input and convert to the rating scale 1 to 5. So this is a response that I want, and I get the text, extract the JSON out, and that's all. You don't need to connect the API. You don't need to put any key. You don't need to like connect to the any server. So this is very real time. Like you type in the text and it's directly sent and send the prompt to the Gemini Nano on the Chrome. So this is not for me, but it's for everyone. If you want to use this feature, and you want to like try this feature, just join the program, scan the QR code, fill some forms, and you will join to the groups, and they'll like give you instruction to enable the Gemini Nano on your Chromes. Don't worry about the slide. I prepare the slide for you, it's obvious. Okay, that is for Chrome. But for the Microsoft is already like work with the Intel to build something called the WebMNN. In the past, when you do the neural network, you need the neural network frameworks or neural network engine, but it's very slow if it's run on the server. So the Microsoft and also the Google is already shipped the WebMNN frameworks into the browser. It's already available on the browser. So instead of use a WebAssembly, WebGPU, like on top the another neural network frameworks, the browser is already have it. You just direct to use the WebMNN and connect directly to the GPUs or NPU, and you don't want to like has a like some top up level of it. So WebMNN compared to the native NNs, the frameworks is kind of like 93%. This is same speed almost the same speed right now. So not much frameworks is use WebNN right now. So only Onyx runtime web that I told you is use WebNN. It's kind of like backward compatibility. Is if they have a WebNN, they use a WebNN. If they have a web GPU, they skip to use a web GPU. And if they have a web GPU, not have a those of the WebNNs or web GPU, they will use a CPU. It's kind of some kind of backward compatibilities inside there. So these are examples of the WebNN connect with the models of the MobileNet version 2, do some like image classification. It can perform more than 100 frame process right now. So it's WebNN. You can try it on the website webmachinelearnings.github.io. And I'm not sure, but I try to not enable, but it's already available on the browser. But when I read the document, it says you need to enable the flags. But before you use it, just go to the Chrome's //flag and enable the WebNN first. So who already done that? Who already used the on-device AIs in the production? First one is already Adobe Photoshop user Cons 2D, the on-device since they launched the Photoshop on web. Google Meet use a MobileNet V3 small version to do the person segmentation, background chains, or the reframe, something like that is run on the browser. The third one is Tokopedia. They use MediaPipe face detectors to do the like real-time mobile login sign-ups, prevent the scam. And my company is also use a fast text model that we compile to the WebAssembly versions since 2021. 2021. We run all the models on the web browser. So but in that time we not have a choice much. We need to use a Python. We use something called a Pyodise to run the real Python code on the web front end. It's slow, don't use it. But we don't have a choice because in our language, we cannot do the tokenizations because your language had a space before the every word, right? But in our language, not have. We need the machine to do the tokenization first. And that right in the Python, we need to use a Pyodise for user that method. So the problem for the on-device AI that everyone's at the developer have to solve is the size-of model. The size-of model is still huge, and you have to handle and manage to like find a way to bring the model to the web browser. Second one is standard. I think now that everyone wants to ship the AI model to their browser, Chrome's, maybe in the future is Safari's or Microsoft Edge. I think this is a challenge that we have to face in the future, like in the past that, okay, to connect in each AI, in each browser, you have to write the code in different way. So this is standard problem that we will facing in the future. But you have like 1 GB on your browser that can able to cache the model. We have a service worker that able to cache your model on your browsers. 1 GB is Safari, but for the Chrome, you are able to cache maximum 80% of the free space of the machine. So you have huge space for caching the model. Yes, 80% of the free space. So don't forget to cache a model every time you let user download. Don't let user download every time that they open the browser. Is kind of like bad experience. What will be happen on the future for the on-device AI? This kind of prediction of me. One, I think the on-device AI is more widely used because the new model is kind of smaller and smaller. it's quite easy to use on the browser, and also the ready to use library is like happen everywhere. You developer don't need to start from scratch for build in the model into their website. The second one is on-device AI will be faster at least 10 times after web GPU shippings. But yeah, it's not happen on iOS 18, but maybe 18.1, 18.4, maybe. Because it's already on the technology preview on the Safari already. But normally they will wait like 2 versions of the iOS before shipping the feature from the technology preview to the stable version. The third one, standard, will be the big challenge of us. I can't predict how it will be look in the future. Maybe someone standing up and say, hey, we need to set standard before everyone implements. Or, okay, everyone is implementing everywhere, and someone said, okay, we need to set standard before it's getting more chaos. So this will be happens on the on-device AI concept. So I think it's quite new, and I think it's not all of your friends from your company join this event. Download the slide and share with your friends. I hope all you guys can try to experiment on device on your products version. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bharat. The floor to questions to Bharat. Anybody has any questions to ask? No questions? Okay, no worries. If you are thinking in your head, what question should I ask, yeah, go ahead and approach Bharat. You'll be around here.
Around here.
Around here, so he will be around here. You can catch him later to ask him anything you find out. Yeah, so thank you so much. And give a round of applause to Bharat again.
Thank you so much.
So, as we welcome our next speaker, the next speaker sets up. The next session will be on what's new in Android with a sense of post in 2024. So this is for the Android people who are interested in Android. Please stay on for this session, and let me introduce the speaker. The speaker is okay. So today's speaker for this session is Won-Young Choi. He's a seasoned mobile developer with extensive experience as an Android developer across South Korea, Malaysia, Singapore. His expertise expands beyond UI development to architectural design and project leadership. Throughout his career, he has worked in diverse domains, including e-commerce, IoT, and finance, and is now seeking to broaden his professional scope to further, in other areas. And his free time, Won-Young enjoys cycling a lot. He really goes cycling every day, and wherever he is, and weight training, and he also dances very well. So that's a fun fact about Toru. So yeah, give us a moment. And just an announcement, the next session is actually at 11:45, starting for Wei Yan's session, which is Growing Up a Senior Leader's Engineering Manifesto and Developing Your Own. It is at level 20. So if you're interested in that, go ahead and join that session. But this session is for Won-Young's session today, Toru's session today.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll give it up to Toru. Give a round of applause to Toru.
I'm still setting.
Still setting up. Oh, still setting up. He's still setting up. Okay.
Got to share.
Where's my keynote?
Managed to get it.
Hold on. Just give some time to give some time for them.
No problem.
Stop mirroring.
And please allow for a little bit of delay also. So lunch may actually be delayed by about 5 to 10 minutes. So I hope you guys are not too hungry. But later on, there will be lunch provided to all of you. And you guys can catch a drink, coffee available on the side. Yeah.
Now it's showing. Can you see it?
Need to share.
Okay. The Chrome tab. Oh, hold on. Ah, okay. This is quite problematic. That's why I told you.
No problem. I think you can.
Screen 2 should be there. No, my keynote. This is okay. That's showing. It's different one.
Yeah.
Why?
Do you want to bring that keynote into this session?
What?
Try to bring this screen.
Hello. Okay, I'm gonna give some time for other guys to come in. I understand you have been here for a long time, for the last two hours, so it will be very tiring. I understand it. Okay, before starting my talk, and any mobile developers? Is every mobile developers here? Here, non-mobile developers like backend or frontend or other technologies. Right, awesome. And among mobile developers here, who uses Flutter? Oh, a few. How about Android? Android native. Only one. So sad. How about iOS? No iOS here. Okay. Among the Android guys, anyone using like Jetpack Compose? Oh, interesting. Yeah, maybe you are better than me. Okay, I'm gonna wait for another 1 minute. Okay, shall we start? Okay, good morning, everyone. Okay, before starting my session, let me make some changes in my title. Oh, sorry. Like this. Declarative UI blooms. Because this is the era of this is a time of using bloomings of declarative UIs like Flutter or Jetpack Compose and Swift UI in iOS side. So I'm Won-Young Choi, as known as Toru, as introduced. I'm from South Korea, and I used to work in Korea, in Singapore, and Malaysia as well. So Malaysia and Singapore are like my second home, I feel. So I'm very happy to be here, to come back. And today I'm going to talk about some topics newly added during the COVID-19 during the of course there are a lot of changes during COVID-19, but in this year and from the last year there are lots of changes in like Android and Plus and other topics like especially AI. Of course I bet you enjoyed a lot for the talks and Warat and Hassan before my talk. And today I'm covering about like what's new in JPEG Compose, and there are a lot of changes. Okay. Even though you don't want to see my slide during via this QR code, it's okay. I will modify some. I will make some modifications on my slide for sharing and share via other channels. Okay, from here, I heard there are some Android devs using Compose, but why Compose? Anyone can answer? Anyone can share some opinions? Okay, for Android or iOS or other mobile developers, we have been very familiar with list type of UI. So, in order to build a recycler view in Android, we have to create one item adapter, extending the recycler view adapter, and also have to implement all the methods required. And of course, this cost impact will be included in activity or fragment, like this. And this is the adapter. And secondly, we have to implement the we can just, that's all. Items and just declaring the text and some items. That's all. So it is very concise. And now JPEG Compose is like very hot topic from Google Technologies. So we have no reason why we're not saying that we don't need Compose yet. And this is the comments from SoundCloud. And they said during their interview, Compose allowed us to rapidly iterate and ship the new products in a fraction of the time. It means Compose is like a very effective way, effective and efficient way to deliver the same contents for comparing to the XML-based view. And 40% of the top apps is getting benefit from Compose, and the number is still growing. I don't know how big it will be in this year. Yeah, maybe over 50% or over. So my session will be like four parts from session 1 to session 4. What's new in JPEG Compose in this year? There are 4 significant updates, like shared element transitions, latest item animations, and contextual flow layout and text. Yeah, we're gonna go through item by item. Have you seen this kind of this kind of animation transition from other apps. Maybe Deliveroo has this, if I'm not wrong, with the views like a list view and detail view. So in order to make use simpler than before, Google just introduced these three APIs in high level: shared transition layout, modifier that share elements, and modifier that share bounds. So, in this example can be found in GitHub of Google, named JetSnack. Yeah, if you want, you can download or clone or fork this repository in GitHub and run on your Android Studio. And have you heard of predictive back? It was added Android, and it was added and become active like in Android 14 onwards. So you can so from this animation you can see a dragging on the edge, and then you can see the preview of the screen you were just in. So this lets the user decide whether to continue or not. In other words, to commit to the back gesture or stay in the current view. So this predictive view can be active by these simple steps, like adding the Gradle dependencies in your builder Gradle, and plus just enable this code snippet in your Android manifest.xml. In the same manner, shared elements works well with predictive back. That means this shared element transition can be working well, even the predictive back is allowed. So how to enable this was very simple. Just just as simple as the previous slide. You can see you can make sure using the Gradle dependency is the latest one, especially in compose navigation, and don't forget to enable this attribute in your Android manifest. And next, lazy style time animation. It means when doing some actions in lazy column or lazy row. We can see the item being animated like this, shown on the animation. There are some actions in the recycler view as well as lazy list that was available by doing some code snippets, but which is more like complicated than lazy list item here, and by adding this by calling this modifier that animate item, it will be available very simply. Yes, of course. Is explain how to use the modifier is beyond the scope. So you can just reference other articles or other code snippets as well. So the third one is contextual flow layout. So given the max number of lines, the flow layout will compose as many items that can fit, and then provides you the context of what was rendered. It sounds quite complicated, but here you can see that some implications. There are three more items in the suggested for you section. That is also possible both like in lazy column or lazy row as well. By using these code snippets. Contextual flow row, contextual flow column as well. So these are code snippets from Google Android blog. You can reference it as well. And also you can find the example of using this code snippet in the JetSnack as well. And next is text. Now before this, before the Google I/O, text didn't support well for example the inline links and basic HTML formattings. But now it is available by adding this code snippet, annotated string data format from HTML. So it's very simple. So these 4 items are the major significant changes or updates during the Google I/O 24 in UI side. And this is not the all. What will be the next? Performance. You know, as time goes by, and as the projects grows up, and you know the performance matters more than before. And so this is the benchmark performance result of JetSnack, which I just mentioned about as the example of JPEG Compose application in GitHub. So from here, August 2023 and June 2024, there were significant performance improvements. And JPEG Compose continues to get faster with every release. It can be improved by this benchmark result. And according to Google side, they didn't do much things for the performance improvement, but just updating their Compose version. And this is the result of the time from the first launch to first row of the screen, 17% improvement. And there are more stabilized API and improved API like indicator APIs and prefetching improvements and side load and as well, and etc. And here, this is very interesting parts on the performance side of the JPEG Compose. The strong skipping mode. Strong skipping mode is was just experimental stage, but now it's stable. No more. We don't need to add the annotation anymore. So this is production ready. You can feel free to use it. And it is enabled by default in the near future release, so we can just see how see the updates from Google side. Because it was just announced during the Google I/O 2024. So they are they are developing these features very actively. So we can see more updates this year maybe. And here, more composables will be available to skip recomposition. It will drop down the preview time very significantly, and lambda can be automatically remembered, so-called memoization, kind of dynamic programming. So it helps the performance updates very well. And here, among Android developers, which version do you use for Kotlin? 1? 1.7? 1.8? 1.8 or 1.9? Or lower than that? My previous company was using 1.5 point something. But now, during the JetBrains Kotlin conference, they released Kotlin version 2, and Compose compiler bundled with Kotlin release. It follows the release of Kotlin. So this is the real GitHub repository. You can find it. because there were some changes related to what is it? The Kotlin updates and multi-platforms updates. So that's why they decided to go together. And this is my personal opinion, but it's for sure. Because, and Kotlin is like first class language of Android development. So it's like inevitable change for both Kotlin and Jetpack Compose and Android side. And in order to enable this, you can just like make some modifications in your Libs version 2.0. This is like version catalog. So your code snippet will be different from this unless you use this version catalog in Android. And second step is like adding these plugins, like plugins in an alias, like, as I added in the previous slide. That means we don't need to ensure the correct version in the build.gradle file, like this canceled lines. And there are more stable APIs which used to be experimental stage, and now they had it removed, the experimental and annotations, like pager, anchor draggable and segmented button, and swipe dismiss box, slide, and much more. Pager is kind of view pager. We could find as well as anchor. What is that? The third-party library of the Jetpack Compose. Which was built a long time ago, before the Jetpack Compose was that blooming. Welcome. So far we got through two sessions, and if you have any questions, please feel free to approach me around the area after the talk. And Jetpack Compose can cover not only for mobile screen, but also like bigger screens or smaller screens, such as television, TV, or wearable device, and tablet as well. So during the Google I/O 24, Google announced a lot of new updates for Compose that we can build. We can build apps across the form factors. There are three updates after this slide. The first one is adaptive layout. Have you heard of adaptive layout or responsible UI or whatever? When we open a web page or app, it automatically fits to the screen size. Of course, we can achieve this like using constraint layout in XML base, with the ratio, and for the margins, or like for the paddings, etc. But it's a kind of different story though, and we can think more adaptive. Now there are three more scaffolds in the Jetpack Compose. The first one is navigation scaffold, list detail pane scaffold, support pane scaffold. Have you seen this screen before on tablet? So we can see the email and the email contents on this on the right side. And when it comes to the mobile device, it will the device will show only like the list, only the list. So navigation scaffold shows navigation bar at the bottom, and at the left side. I will show at next screen. If the width or height is compact, or if the device in tabletop posture, like standing your device like in this way, it will show the navigation bar like this, and otherwise like that. Yeah, you can see the navigation bar is located at the left side. This is called navigation rail, not navigation bar. So as results, you can see these various screens for navigation bar and navigation rail. These are rail, and these are all navigation bars. And next is we can see the relation between the list screen and detail screen. This is quite common practice we can find everywhere. For example, email, or when ordering something, you can see the food items on some delivery apps like Foodpanda or GrabFood or Deliveroo or whatever, right? But we can define this. We can define these two entities, like items, list items and detail items on the same pane, like in this way. So this new API, list detail pane scaffold, has been here to achieve this purpose. Otherwise, if the screen size is different from the screens big enough, like tablets or other bigger tablets as well, then we can see the previous one. Otherwise, we can see the detail screen pane take over the whole screen here. These are the examples of the list pane scaffolds. The first one is ordinary mobile device. The second one is a slightly bigger one, like Galaxy Fold, and third one is tablet. And the last one is a supporting pane scaffold. Anyone who likes to watch something in YouTube? If you watch some videos on YouTube, then this will be very familiar with you. So this is the main one. The second, the right hand side one will be supporting part, like up to next, or some suggestions automatically curated by the YouTube side. So the support pane is there to implement these parts. On a larger screen, the scaffold displays the main page. The main page with the supporting pane like this. On small screen, the scaffold displays either the main or supporting pane full screen. So the use case of this is just like supporting pane layout can be used when the secondary content is only meaningful in relation to the primary contents. For example, here, this is what I'm watching. This is what I want to see next. This is the suggested one or curated ones. So these are related each other. So that means using the supporting pane scaffold is meaningful for this case. And I just covered about mobile device and tablet device and how to make the screen more adaptive than before. And with these 3 scaffolds, and now time to cover cover Compose for TV. If there is a developer or there are some developers from like TV screens and TV screens related industry like live streaming or OTT platform, it will be very useful for that. Now Compose for TV 1.0 and 0 is in beta. It used to be in alpha. It means so that is being this is being stabilized so far. So there are improved performance and input supports. So that means the appearance, the animating. There was a seamless animation between them, and there are some improved components, and from the experiment, and it just graduated from the experimental stage. So, for example, I didn't mention the whole things on this slide, but there are some stabilized APIs such as lists, navigation, chips, and setting screens. And in order to support these changes, and so the developer tools in Android Studio is also improved. So you can see, so now the new Android Studio includes the new project wizard to get a running starts with the Compose on TV. Okay. Then let's go downsizing the device. We just covered the mobile, tablet, TV, and now wearable device like watch. The Compose for Watch OS comes with some enhancements here. Like there are some changes. There are some 3 changes. Like swipe to review, an expandable item, and a range of web preview supporting annotations, like this widgets. Now this is quite common in mobile side, but there are enhancements on it, so it's getting improved than before. And next item is like expandable item. By showing see more or just more, you can so you can see the contents which is hidden, because they hidden for the too long list. And this and here alongside the annotation of preview, we could have seen the contents in different way. That was also improvement. And we just covered small device, big small device, and mobile size device, and tablet size device, and foldable device, and time to go beyond the size, the device size widgets. And anyone familiar with widgets, like for both Android users or iOS users, or what else, or who else? Anyone likes to use widgets? Just raise your hand. Just raise your hand. Okay, what kind of widget do you use to? Do you use? Do you like to use? The weather app. Weather app, okay. And? Anyone else? Emails, okay. Spotify, okay. And what else? Calendar, okay. Awesome. okay, among Android developers, anyone working or developing widgets? No one? Okay, it's fine. Okay, let me go through the definition of widgets and the purpose of widgets. A widget is a place of my application UI that can be rendered remotely outside my application. So even my application is in the background, then widget still work, right? And what is needed for a widget? There are four items to be considered by ourselves. Like first is layouts, second is sizing and style and discovery and promotion. The widget layout, we should craft effective widget layouts for engagements. And second, scaling the layout seamlessly to the multiple sizes. Even widget can be expanded and can be shrunken, right? But even during the size change, it doesn't have to lose their what is really required. And styling, style your widgets for visual impacts and device theme, like dark theme, like supporting dark theme and light theme, or both, or system theme too. Of course, for weather widgets or time or clock widgets, it should have some visual impacts to leave some impressions to the users. And discovery and promotion means have it discovered on the widget picker and promote their widget on widget picker too. It means it should be beautified. So by these reasons, in order to achieve these four entities, widget should be interactable, and it should be able to give some impressions too, and by doing apply JPEG Glance, it can be integrated with JPEG Compose too. Google just released the JPEG Glance 1.1.0 in beta. So this may make us use the functionalities or development of the widgets, right? Rather than using XML or related view items. And there are some updates like new unit test library and error handling UIs and new components too. As I mentioned previously, there should be some interactions and manageable things on widget pickers too, right? So Google announced these three APIs and make it more stable, like Action, Glance app widgets, and interoperability with the existing widgets, like using remote views. Basically, Action is just to handle the interactions between users and the device. And Glance app widget is also identical to the app widget provider or whatever, which has been used for the widgets. And one good point is interoperability. I didn't specify the code snippet here, but on the official Google documents, we can find it. Okay. So far, we just covered lots of topics like new UI changes or improvements and performance, and screen size and widgets. And Compose also gives a huge impact to the JPEG libraries which is existing. There are two updates: typesafe navigation. Yeah, previously we may have used the string to find the routes for the navigation, but with the use of serialization for defining the navigation graph. So we can use objects and object and data class to define the destination and some IDs which is required for finding the route. So that's why there is a serializable annotations over the data class and objects. Now this is available in navigation library 2.8.0 alpha 08. So it means the alpha. So you should be more considerate when you want to apply these changes to your existing projects. So this is continual code snippet for this navigation. So navigation updates. Here you can see the composable profile and home screen, composable profile and homes. Which were defined in the previous page with objects and singleton and data class. But this must be serializable. So that means passing the object is enough. We don't have to use the string for routes anymore. And Compose also giving some impacts to Camera X. Anyone working on camera? No one. Camera X is a part of JPEG. The JPEG library, which make us use the sophisticated and complicated camera library like Camera 1 and Camera 2, and also like ensure the interoperability and backward compatibility, right? And there are some changes. Regarding applying the Compose to the Camera X, the Camera Viewfinder Compose. So Viewfinder is to display a camera preview for users' behavior, and also by applying these changes in Compose to the Camera X, it correctly handles the camera and the camera and surface life cycle, which may be complicated to handle in our developer side, and also enables some complex interactions in the camera coordinates. This is just kidding. I created this image by using a generative AI system, but I don't want to mention what generative AI I use. You can just guess. So these are all the updates or new things from the Google I/O. And let me just conclude the talk with this very simple one. You can feel free to scan this QR code. It will redirect you to this website. This is the official Compose document released by Google, and there are lots of use cases and blog posts, even examples and GitHub repo stories and other developer stories, etc. No, this is just the same as same UI as mentioned in the previous one. And these apps are now partnered with Compose, and they leverage the advantages of using JPEG Compose, and then also make sure performance is higher than before, and also like ensures more complex size of codes with less effect, and with less efforts, and like other benefits from using Compose. Here we even not only for the small size enterprise, and there are a lot of big companies, big conglomerates or big companies like Airbnb, Lyft, Reddit, Disney, Square, Twitter, and Twitter now X, and SoundCloud, and Dropbox, Booking.com, Grab, Adidas, and Expedia, Bumble, which I like. Even this M is a British bank based in London, Monzo Bank. Even here, very impressive to see this bank industry or financial industry can be considered very like conservative, but they also started adopting these Compose stops to their products, and Shopee too. So from these updates and more stabilizations and what else and other benefits, why not Compose now? And if you still use XML-based view system, or you can just change your paradigms and try to use Compose. Google provides lots of code labs for from the top, from the scratch, like building some simple views, like with no state and some views with states and navigations, and building some simple apps, etc. That's all. Thank you. If you have any questions, please feel free to approach me around this area, okay? Thank you.
Yeah. Or if you guys have any questions now, feel free to ask him as well. Any questions? Okay, seems like there's no questions. So thank you so much, Toru.
Thank you everyone.
Okay, so now the next session is something I think you guys like a lot, is lunch. Okay, it's not a brain-inducing thing, it's just eating. So go ahead and have lunch. I believe it is out and ready, right? So go ahead and go out and have your lunch and come back. Yeah, refresh.
Vanessa.
you too much. But today I'm here to share with you how you can build Gen AI features for your apps with Firebase Gen Kit. So like everyone should already know Gen AI is pretty much out there, right? Everyone is talking about Gen AI everywhere. In fact, I think it should be named Google I/O to Google AI instead, right? But again, it's a very exciting future, not just for machine learning engineers, but also for app developers as well, right? We want to be able to jump on the bandwagon and see where it takes us into our app journey. So in today's session, I hope that I can cover AI on a developer point of view. So I'm not really a machine learning guy. I'm just your regular programmer
who builds app that your boss asks you to. Right. So, and today if your boss decides to say, hey, Gen AI seems to be the thing, why don't we start working on it right now? So this could be, you can use this as a guide, as a toolkit for you to move forward and see where it takes you, right? So for those who are, how many of you already know what Firebase is? Okay, the rest are still new, don't worry. Today, you will start to use it. So, and there's a free tier, so don't worry. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. But basically, that's it, right? So what does Firebase actually help you do? Firebase actually helps developers. Seems to be how bad is the delay? Stop sharing. Sorry, technical error. Share. This one works. Okay. So Firebase has this particular motto that we want you all to take back. For those who are not familiar with what Firebase does, is to help you succeed in building your apps, making it really easy and growing them, right? So Firebase itself has a lot of suite of products to help you out with that. And this is one of them that I would like to introduce to you. I'm not connected to some weird internet, right, This works. But when you go here, it fails one.
Do you need to like somehow?
See, it doesn't change one.
What's the next slide?
This is the next slide, lor. But it's not changing at all.
Not changing. Try to go in. Remove this. Yeah, skip. So sorry, guys. Show this again.
This one works.
Send something else. Share.
I don't want to share my tab though.
You don't want to share that?
I want to share my entire screen.
Yeah,
No.
close your. Send something else.
Entire screen.
Share. Slideshow. Oh, is it the Wi-Fi error?
No, but we are here.
Are you using the guest Wi-Fi? You try the other one. Yeah. Let's connect to this one. It's the same password, which is
Okay. Slideshow. 它一直 stream， 它只是 like only show you the present something else. Entire screen. I share my entire screen ma. So you can see it make me moving ma.
Okay.
But if I switch, wait. Next slide. Oh, okay, can already. Okay. Yeah, so we are back in business. So just a recap. I know it's just the first 2 slides. But again, Firebase helps developers succeed by making it easy for you to build and grow your apps. So you want to bring this experience not just for building regular features you have, but also building AI features. So let's take, for example, this particular app, Compass. How many of you have already seen this before? No one? Only one? Oh no, you can go up. So, joking, yeah. So this is a travel app. So let's say, let's build an app, a travel app that helps us. You as a travel company has a lot of different locations that you want to provide to your customers, right? And nowadays, everyone just likes to leave the country one way or another. Not a political statement, but yeah. So with this app, it allows you to look for locations that you would like, plan activities that you like, and you basically can see an itinerary of that. So let's take a look at a quick demo of how this looks like. Oops, let's close this. So here I have an app, the Compass app. You can click Find My Dream Trip. And here there's a list of locations that you can choose. In this case, you have Europe, Asia, South Africa, blah. So let's try somewhere that I've never been before. Africa. How many of you have been to Africa before? None? Okay, after this you can sign up to this package. Let's go next. Let's go the entire week. Alright. Alright, let's choose. How many of you are here? 15, let's go. 20. Okay. So here it will show you a list of locations available in Africa, right? And here are these some of the things that my travel company will offer to our customers. So these are part of our plans that we have for our customers, and we can go to all these places. For example, if you click on the Madagascar, and what can you do there? You can, let's say, explore the rainforest. Let's do some hiking, maybe some kite surfing, and confirm. So this will provide you with all the details that you need and all the activities that you want. And basically you can proceed to, check out and stuff like that. But a problem here is that this particular app requires you to still manually choose where you want to go and activities that you can explore, right? But what if you are an indecisive traveler, or you don't really know where you want to go, but you just want to go somewhere? How many of you has that feeling where you want to travel, but you don't want to plan, don't want to do anything, but just go, right? The rest of you can partner with the other one because they're probably the one who planned your trip, right? So how can we further elevate this experience to include Gen AI features, right? So one way we can do that, right, is to see with all your trips you have available to your customers, how can we make this experience more magical, right? How can we add this Gen AI element to increase the retention rate of users using your app? In this case, I will, let me present to you the Plan My Dream Trip with AI, right? Just slap in the AI word, you get your investors in already. So just do that, right? The demo haven't started, so later you all can clap some more, right? So how would this Gen AI feature work? So in this feature, what you want to build today is that you can type out what you feel like your dream vacation would be. If you are someone who loves the nature, the rainforest, maybe you can type something like, I love to explore the rainforest, the wilderness, and I would like to look for something like that. And you can, of course, include images to give you inspiration, right? Or sometimes you're really bad at words, you really don't know what to write, you're speechless. So just choose images that you see someone post online that you think is really nice, you want to experience that too, and then just upload them. So when you click on Plan My Dream Trip, the AI should do its thing and give you an itinerary of all the things that your company offers due to your inspiration, your dream vacation. So in today's journey, we're going to go through a few things. The first thing is we want to demystify what Gen AI is. Next, you want to see how we can build this feature with Firestore, with vector search, and let's streamline our AI development with Firebase Jenkins. Right. So once you have done all of this, you should be able to get some gains, right? So the first thing is demystifying Gen AI. So before we get started, how many of you have already heard of the word Gen AI? I think all of you, right? Who don't have, today is your lucky day, right? So how many of you know, besides Gemini, ChatGPT, Llama, and he enters something and he comes out with something? Anyone knows anything outside of that? Just no? Right, that's good, because I think all we know about Gen AI is we type something and something appears, right? But how can we move that from just typing to production to actual useful features, right? So Gen AI, Gemini API, your ChatGPT are all powered by LLMs, right? Large language models. So I'm sure of you heard of large language models already, right? Okay. So in a sense, large language models are not really magic, right? To us, it looks like magic, but actually it's just autocomplete with a lot of advanced extra steps. So it's just basically that. And you have already been using LLMs for quite some time ago, right? Put simply, your autocomplete on Google search itself is a very primitive form of an LLM, because these are words that are frequently appeared together. I don't think maybe dogs in a microwave are not one of them, but maybe that's where the hot dog term came about. But that could be it. But basically, that is what LLM is. And since LLM's data comes from all over the world, from all of the places, the challenge here is how can I make sure my data, or rather my LLM, will conform to my specific business use case and your own data. So early on, I showed you the travel planning, right? And your travel company only have access to certain places that you have deals with, right? It doesn't make sense for the LLM to give you answers outside of what you offer, right? So for example, Africa, but now you want to go somewhere else. But your company doesn't offer this. So it doesn't make sense for your app to produce results that you can't do anything with, right? And this is where it's very important for LLMs to be useful, is that they need the right context to ground your data. So in other words, let's try this analogy. Ramly burgers, anyone all had Ramly burger before, right? So let's say you are hungry one night, right? But for some reason, you are too shy to approach the stand. Then you ask your favorite ChatGPT or your Gemini or whatever, you are asking for something sweet and savory, right? And then now the LLM suggested, why don't you try Nutella burger, right? Anyone think this is a real thing? What do you think? Do you think it's real? Those who think are real maybe need to reevaluate your life choices. So now this guy is naive. He thinks that the LLM is true. So he just says to the boss, can I have one Ramly burger? And the boss will probably look at him like this, right? And finally you realize it actually doesn't exist, right? But in actual fact, it does. It looks like this. This is not mine, disclaimer, but just let it sear in your head, just in case you decide for something like this. And this is an inherent problem for LLMs, right? They do not actually respond to your data you provide. So in our case, our travel agency itself contains so many different locations that we have, and of course, even million more that we don't have, right? And we want to make sure our LLMs give me results based on the locations I have. So how can we go about this, right? Imagine you were to ask your LLM me to somewhere that's really hot, really cozy, I just hate the cold, and then it gives you this answer, why don't we go to the gates of hell? Yeah, this is a real place. It's called the door to hell or gates of hell. But yeah, in case you are into this sort of stuff, this is one of them. Right? You want to avoid the situation where it gives you answers that is out of your command, your control. And it comes back to the question, how can you make an accurate, get an accurate answer based on your data? So the answer here is retrieval augmented generation, or RAG. You all heard of this term, right? You probably heard it earlier on ago. But you probably see this all the time in any LM-related talks. They will always say RAG or this, right? But when the first time I see this term, it looks very daunting, right? It looks scary, like, what is this? What's going on? I thought it's just for you to enter some text and some data will come out. But what is this thing? So let's take a look at a very simple example. I'm sure all of you have done this before. All you do is open your Gemini app or your ChatGPT and enter your prompt. Then does its magic and it gives an output. Very simple. But RAGs, on the other hand, do something a little bit more. You have your prompt, and that prompt will be used to search for data that is related to your prompt. And when that happens, we pass these two data with your prompt and the retrieved data to your LM to produce a more accurate output. So this is very basic RAG is all about. Of course, there's a more deep dive version of it, but this is the basic principles to it. But more importantly, how as us as engineers, how can we get our prompts to return data that belongs to your company, right? I want to get my travel data that only I have. I don't want to get Travelocast data or Trivago data, right? So we want our own data only. And this is where vector similarity search comes in. And there's a few terms that you need to understand first before you go into vector similarity search. One of them that always appears in most AI documentation is embedding vectors or vectors and embedding separately. So when you do some research and trying to understand what is embedding vectors, you get this sort of responses. Machine learning is a way to represent data points in n-dimensional space so that similar data points are clustered together. So how many of you actually understood what is this? Not really, right? And here I'm just trying to build an app to show me places. Why do I now need to know what this is? But in fact, this is something that you must confront. You cannot avoid it. I tried avoiding it, but realize you are missing a lot out of building your app. So most of the time, regular developers who have no machine learning experience will obviously don't know what they're talking about. But let's go for a very simple analogy, right? On the top, you have a beach. On the middle, you have a museum. On the right, you have somewhere, let's say a national park, right? So a little bit of quiz here for you. The first item on the left, on the bottom, you will see like a starry sky. Where do you think this starry sky would be closely related to based on this picture? Anyone? National park, right? Some can say beach as well, yeah. I honestly I forgot about beaches also can see the sky, but I forgot about it. Definitely not museums, but oh wait, my order is wrong already. Okay, never mind. Surfing definitely can only be done at the beach, right? Kayaking as well. Snorkeling as well, right? For the museum, you'll probably see some statues. Obviously, people go there to take photos as well. You can argue all three also can take photo, but let's stick with this, right? And pictures as well. And lastly, for national parks, you have the sky. You probably can go biking, and you can probably climb the wall, right? So you'll be asking, why am I showing you this? Let's put all of this into its logical group. You kind of know it already. And let's see how it looks like in vector embedding space. So what we see with our own eyes as humans, we are able to relate all of this together, right? Because of how we experience things around us, how we absorb information. But this is different from computers. Computers don't know anything. They only know numbers. And this is what we call the embedding space. All of these activities, all of these locations are mapped into a series of numbers. Everything is represented in numbers. And all of these numbers are used to interpret your information. So this is basically what it means by embedding vectors, are just numbers that represent data. And now we have these numbers. We want a way to search these numbers to give you relatable answers. In the earlier example, for example, if I want to search for beach-related activities, the AI, or rather the model, the machine, should be able to tell me that snorkeling, kayaking, and surfing are part of a beachside activity, right? And this is what we call as vector similarity search. So let's take for another example. I am talking about, let's say I want to have some coconut water. I want to go see fish and coral, so I guess that's snorkeling, and I want to play beach volleyballs. You mention this to the LLM. So now the LLM will take these values and generate embedding vectors, which all these numbers, and they will use it to compare to your embedding space. In this case, it makes sense that all of them are on the left-hand side here, right? So this is how vector similarity search works. So far, so good? Can understand the concept? Can, right? Okay, good. So next time when your boss asks you, you can throw this back at them and say, I learned this in one day or something like that. Yeah. So now you already know how vector searching works. Let's take a look at how we can use this in our real-life app, right? How can we build this feature with Firestore and vector search? So earlier on, I showed you this feature that you want to build where you can enter your inspiration and some pictures, and it will try to match to what you have in your database. And let's take a look at how it looks like. So just a recap again, RegLM requires your prompt to retrieve your data. In this case, the data here is our places, right? Our locations, our vacation places, activities. And we transfer all of this information into our Gemini API as a prompt to produce the output that we need. So what we want to do right now is to actually build this particular area where our prompt will be used to search the data we have. How can we do that? So let me show you an example of what data we have. In this case, right? Anyone know where Petra is? Jordan, very good. I didn't know until today. So good for you. Right? Petra, and this is one of the travel locations we offer in our company, right? So now, as a person, like for me, I want, for example, you want to go traveling, like you just saw the latest Indiana Jones or Tomb Raider, right? Now you feel like, oh, okay, I want to be like that person. So I say, I want to travel like Tomb Raider or Indiana Jones, exploring history and culture. If you were asked this to a travel agent, he probably, huh? You're right, something like that. You also the meme, right? Okay, never mind. Right? So you will probably want this to retrieve the data you want. So we want this prompt to translate it to search for any sort of places that matches this. So I think Petra is one of the few places that matches this thing, right? Now imagine your company offers so many different locations, and as a human, you probably will take quite some time before you can figure out the correct suitable locations for your customers, right? So how can we convert our prompt to retrieve our data to return this particular location? Right, this is correct. Again, if you ask it to do the same thing, it should not give you Singapore. Singapore does not match this category, right? Right? You don't feel like Tomb Raider or Indiana Jones. You probably get raided instead. So Singapore is not the correct answer here. So this is what we talked about earlier on, vector similarity search, right? So out there in the market, there's a lot of databases that support vector searches. For example, PostgreSQL is one of them. Chroma is very popular. Anyone use Chroma here before? Right? But today, let's kick them all out and we'll talk about Firestore. So Firestore recently has launched a new vector search. It's currently in alpha stage, so you can try it out. And Firestore, for those who are not aware what Firestore is Firebase's own NoSQL database that allows you to store huge amounts of data at scale and making it very easy for you. In my previous demo last year, anyone here in DevFest 2013? No? Good, right? Okay. You've probably seen something similar that I tried to build using Chroma. That was before this new feature came out. It makes your life way much easier. And let's talk about it. What is Firestore Vector Search? Firestore Vector Search is the ability for Firestore to now include embedding into your database and able to search it directly without you using any third-party Chroma databases or vector databases to help you do it for you. And it's very seamless. It's so much better and easier to do it. Trust me, okay? So, for example, in these examples, you see that these places all have a few things. One of them, of course, is the description that you see in the center. Petra, Dubrovnik, and Antelope Canyon. Anyone been to Antelope Canyon? No? Should go. Very nice. The pictures are exactly the same as you see here, if you're there. Yeah. So, in this example, right, all these places, this is how the database structure would look like. Rather, a document look like. So, in this case, with our Petra, which is in Jordan, we have the text here under the field called known for, with all this description and your images and other metadata that you have. So this is how it will look like in your Firestore document. Right? So how do you actually start turning your Firestore database into a vector search database? First, since this is an alpha feature, you need to enable it through the gcloud CLI. So just gcloud components install alpha. Next is the most important bit. We need to add the index, the embedding index into our database table. So rather database collection. So you specify your project ID, your collection group, in this case our collection called places. For those who are not familiar with Firestore, you can consider this as your table itself, the places table. And of course our scope is a collection because it contains multiple documents. And you have to specify your vector configuration. In this case, I'm specifying it to be 678, which is part of the embedding model, the Gecko model that Google has for you to create embeddings, right? So the vector database support in Firebase does not generate the embedding for you. It allows you, it just provides you a place for you to store and search that embedding. You still need to call an API to help you convert your text into numbers and store it here. And you need to specify this as well. So once you're done and you do some magic, you should be able to convert this particular text here you see into all the embedding numbers, right? So how do we actually convert this text into numbers, right? Here's an example that you would do. This is a cloud function, or rather code that you will run in a Node.js server or a secure environment, and it listens to a Firestore event, in this case your database table. Let's say your table, your places table now has a new entry, new place. You get the data you want and run it through the embed function. Now this embed function is given to you by the GenKit AI toolkit. We will talk about that later. But basically all you need to do is just use this line of code and what content you want to convert it into vector numbers, and that's it, which gives you the embedding vector, and you just store it directly into the database. Very simple. Previously, what you need to do was you need to call the API somewhere or another, put it somewhere, and then you need to copy this value and put it into a vector database and store that vector database somewhere else. But now you can just immediately, directly store into the document. So that's part of it, very easy. Next is the really important part, which is GenKit. How many of you already started using GenKit, or heard of GenKit at least, right? How many of you got confused what GenKit is? Same brother, all same. I also got confused the first time I saw it, until I had to do this slide and I know what it's about. So let's talk about how you can use GenKit in practical development, right? For those who are not familiar with GenKit, GenKit is an open source framework that allows you to quickly build your AI applications, right? And it supports, currently at this moment, supports TypeScript and JavaScript with Go support in development. So those who work on everything else, too bad for you. It's still coming. So if you're really working on a different platform other than this, feel free to send feedback to say that, hey, I'm using this, I really would love GenKit in my app. Feel free to flag it as an issue so that we can report it, upvote it for development, right? So this is a lot of words, but I don't really understand what it's about. So let's take a look at an analogy, right? A toolkit. Everyone home should have at least one of these, right? Not your home or your father's home somewhere. Your parents' home will have something like this. You have a toolkit. Now, if I were to open the toolkit, open, yeah, good. And these are sort of the tools that are available inside. So in your GenKit tool suite, you have a developer UI. You have ability to do a lot of models, structure, input, output, all of these things basically. But let's go through them one by one so that you guys roughly understand what is this about. So first thing is you can run flows locally. What it means that every time you use, let's say you want to test a particular feature in your Gen AI workflow, you can always just use this AI before building any apps. So you don't want to spend all your time building all your UI, your interfaces, your backend, everything, and just to realize your Gen AI stuff doesn't work. You need a proof of concept, a way for you to experiment. And this is something that you could really help. So let's take a look at an example of a GenKit UI. So let's make it as big as possible. So the GenKit UI has a lot of things that you could do. One of them is on the left, we have all of this. We'll talk about them later. But most important is actually have support for a lot of ready-made popular models out there, even open source models that you can try out and play. Of course, you have to connect this to your Google Cloud account. So someone still has to pay for it anyway. So it's not free. For those who are wondering, when you run these sort of queries, who is paying for it? The answer is you. Right? But with that out of the way, it allows you to quickly experiment things. So for example, let's say I want to test my prompts and see whether it works. So for example, if I were to enter language German, and this is the prompt example, a greeting in German, it produced this output. You can play around with different models, you can play around with different settings to see what you want. But this isn't the primary function of GenKit. When I first saw this, I was thinking, isn't this the same as AI Studio or inside Google Cloud Console? Why do I need a separate app for this? And this is actually not the main selling point. It's actually the one on the sides here, especially flows and prompts. So these are all custom prompts that you will create yourself to test out your example, test out your own Gen AI responses, right? If you do this manually on AI Studio or even ChatGPT, you need to copy and paste the prompts all the time, make small changes here and there, and all of those dynamic configurations that you need to do, and it takes a lot of time. But what in GenKit you can do is that you can click on one of them. For example, I want to talk about the image description, right? So this is a prompt that we generated, that we created to give us a description of the text that, the description of the picture that we put in. So going back to our earlier example, you saw the area where you can insert an image, right? And it will give you some text. This is where we are going to do it as well. So here, imagine this image description prompt is used to generate the description. Let's jump into the code and see how it looks like. So this is a prompt file. I'll talk about this later, which basically allows you to have a common way to store all your prompt locations and all your parameters. In this case, I have all my prompt messages that I want, including all the details that I need for it to work properly. And you can even include the model and the configuration directly in the prompt file. You don't have to go to your code, make small changes, deploy, run, and test. If it doesn't work, and then you keep doing it over and over again. But why don't we have it all in one place? Since the results are very largely depend on the model you're choosing and the configuration, it makes sense to keep all of them together in one single file, which is the prompt file. So in case you are not a fan of GenKit, or rather Vertex AI or Gemini, you can use even open source models, right? For example, in this example, we are using the Olama Gemma model to able to help you generate the responses you want, right? So the beauty of this is that since it's open source, you can build your own, I would say, interfaces to help you work with your local flow. You don't have to replace your entirely pieces of your code just for it to work. all you need to do is to build that particular model piece and just fit it in, and it should work like magic. All right. The next that is we really struggle a lot is structured input outputs. You all guys have been using ChatGPT or Gemini for some time. The text is always the responses are always in text, right? And it's like a descriptive text, like the person is answering me questions. But since we are app developers, right, we are used to working with structured data like your APIs, right? You call APIs, you expect to return a response with, for example, you ask for a customer object. It always returns you first name, last name, right? You don't one day when you try to query you try to call your LLM and it gives you something else. Maybe got middle name suddenly appear. It's an unexpected field. Or maybe now first name, last name has been replaced by a full name. So with this structured input-output that GenKit has to offer, it guarantees that your responses will follow a certain schema that you specify, that you can use it for other things. You can use it to call a third-party API. You can use it to store in your database. You can use it to perform all sorts of data manipulation. Right? And GenKit allows you to quickly use not just text, but also images and videos, right? For those of you who've already done some work on Gen AI that requires you to ingest in videos or pictures, you need to write a lot more boilerplate code to take out the video, read it as bytes, and transfer it into your API. Right? But all of this is abstracted away inside GenKit, and you can just call it. It's very simple. So let's take a look at that exactly. In this case, this is the exact piece of code that we are going to use to generate an image. So in this case, let's say you want to generate an image of a very specific historical time and place. Just run the generate function that GenKit has to offer and provide the model information, and it gives you the generated image. And if you want some text or captions for the image, all you need to do is just run the generate function. In this case, I use the Gemini Pro Vision model. Enter your prompt and just pass in the entire image directly, and you should get the answers you want. It's very simple. You don't have to write all that boilerplate code to parse your media itself. And the one that I really like is prompt management, right? In a Gen AI kit, most likely you will have more than one prompt. And prompts are basically just text, right? And if you're handling text in code, you will notice it goes all over the place. One function has some hard-coded text sitting somewhere. The next function has another text sitting somewhere. And now you want a way where you want to keep everything organized in one particular file, so that it's easy to make changes without making changes to any of your code. If let's say you need to make some small tweak adjustments to your prompts, just make the changes to the prompt file and then upload the prompt file. Then you're done, right? So as you saw in the earlier example, I have two prompts here. One is the image generation prompt and the itinerary generation prompt. So let's say if I need to include a schema, let's say I need to include one more input element, I can just add it here, make changes to my schema, and that's it. I don't need to touch any piece of code at all. If let's say you want to make some changes to your itinerary, and for some reason you won't go out of business by 2014, then you can make changes to 2015, for example, and you don't have to touch any piece of code. So it makes life a lot easier for you with .prompt. So you already saw this example. And even supports templating, handlebar templating, to allow you to put some conditions inside. Rather than you have to use code, right? You use if else, and then you will concatenate the string here and there to form your final prompt. But why don't we have a templated engine to help you do that? And makes life so much simpler to change it directly here, right? So again, you can even specify all the input criteria and the output criteria. And the last one, which is the most critical part of the entire GenKit flow, is flows. Flows are basically just functions on steroids. What it means is that this is where your main function will sit in, where you call all the different prompts. So in this example, I want to create a flow that will give me my dream trip. So you have three things that you need to do. First is to get places based on your description that you input, right? And then we will get our activities based on the places that we have. And we use these two figures to figure out the dream itinerary that we can do. So everything lives inside a flow. Now, you'll be wondering, why don't I just put this in a regular method? It works the same, right? but the part of GenKit, it allows you to test this out directly on your GenKit UI without having to deploy or start your app. So imagine you're just experimenting to see whether what features are feasible. You can click on the itinerary flow and input all of your details. You can input your text here, your images here, and you should get an answer. Right. Let's take, for example, my description here. I want to generate an image description. You created a prompt for image description already, which is here. Where is the image description? Right. I want to test this actually works or not. All you need to do is just load up your GenKit UI, and they are automatically populated on your right, because they are all stored in a special folder reserved for this. In this case, it's called the prompts folder. Right. So once you're done with that, I can test this out. Let's take, for example, an image. What image I can look for? Let's try something. Looks like some place I want to go. I'm not sure this is real, but let's say you want to go somewhere that looks like this. Let me steal this image itself. So copy image address, right? So this is the exact image that we want to put into our prompt and see whether it will give me a response. So you can test out your features before you actually build it at all. So I can put in my image URL here. In this case, I would prefer to use the Flash model for budget reasons. And it should generate an example out for you. So I don't have to write any code yet. I want to test my idea works first by running it through this GenKit UI and your own prompt and giving you results like this, right? So this is one example that you can use to test before you actually write code. So let's go back to the actual feature they want to implement, right? In this case, again, let's do a refresher. We want to input your dream vacation and an image to help you out. Right. So in my case, I want to travel like Tomb Raider or Indiana Jones, exploring history and culture, and I so happen to see this really nice picture that I think matches, right? And I want to feed this into my app, right? So how would it look like how would the data flow look like? So I'm going to show you how the app should behave, and later a demo on how it will actually behave. So the first thing is that we have our input, in this case our trip request and our image, right? And the images we have, we want to translate into a description. So that's why we have our image description.prompt, as you saw earlier on, that converts into some text. We throw it into the LLM, and it gives you the text of the description, the place that says that the place is really nice, a lot of sandy stuff, and etc., etc. And we also take your request with the context, or rather with the caption and the description that is generated from your image, run it through a retriever that will perform a vector similarity search from your own database. So in this case, my company's database contains a lot of different places, and we are trying to look for a closely matching place that based on the image description and the text that you input. If all goes well, it will give you some places, right? So now with those places, I want to generate itinerary, right? I want to know day one we're going to do what, day two we're going to do what. And we can actually transfer all of this into our itinerary generation prompt. So let's take a look at our itinerary generation prompt. And it's really long. It contains all of the data that we generated beforehand and a description of the prompt itself, right? Generate an itinerary, pick a date, and all of these parameters that we have included. And all of these parameters is based on your input schema here. So once that is done, if everything goes well, it should automatically generate your dream itineraries, right? So with all of this, let's try to do this in real life. right? So let's go back to our code, and let's go to our itinerary flow. So earlier on, I mentioned I want to generate my dream vacation, right? So I need to do a few things. You can enter your image. So you want to convert the image into text, right? Into text description. Hold on, a bit slow. Okay, magic. So here I created a new function that will run the image description prompt, right? And this description prompt will take the image and run it through the generator to give you the result. So this runs on the LM. And if you notice in this piece of code, I did not mention what LM it is because everything is done in the .prompt file. As you can see here, it's already listed here. So that way, I don't have to make changes to this piece of code every time I want to change a model, right? And next thing we want to do is to retrieve the matching places from our database, right? Now we have the text of the description of the place that we are going to. Let's try to look for the places we have in our database. So I created a retrieve places. I want to run this particular flow, and I need to retrieve the places from the Firestore database. And we want to retrieve it based on the input that we have selected earlier on that is generated from the image. So in this particular piece of code, what we are doing is we are calling the retriever, which will help retrieve data from Firestore, and it includes the image description that we added that is generated in the previous step with the request that we entered as a user, right? And then it should generate a JSON document. Sorry, this is your Firestore collection of all the places you have. So the docs here are all the similarity matched places that the user have, and it returns. Now the last important part is to generate the itinerary. So once this is done, your code should be okay to go. So let's take a look at the sample demo that we have. So again, this is the app that we created earlier on. Now, after I added the code, it should work. So again, I want to feel like Tomb Raider and Indiana Jones and exploring history and culture. And then I'm going to add a picture of that we added just now. Let's try our drain chip. If this works, hopefully it works. This kind of thing, never know one. I'd like to hear a round of applause, okay? Is that a fair deal? Right? Okay, let's try that. Let's hope to the demo god it works. Let's go, dream, 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 dream. And server error. Yes, clap. Okay, thank you. So earlier on, I entered that I want Indiana Jones. So it gives you, ooh, Tomb Raider in Moab. Wow, imagine seeing this in my travel browser. I probably just sign up on the spot. Even got treasure hunt, why not? Right? Who will go on a treasure hunt on a trip? So it's very unique. So if you click on the proposals they provide, it gives you all the information you need. Day one, journey into the time Day 2, embrace local craftsmanship and hike through Dana's beauty with all the extra stuff. So I feel it's pretty nice. That I'm more interested in the Tomb Raider in Moab. Let's see what happens here. Right? Jeep safari tour. Okay lah, museum. Okay lah. Stargazing, quite nice. Right? These are some of the things that you can do with this. Now, before I end, I would like a volunteer to try entering something else that I've never practiced before. Anyone who is planning to go on a vacation soon and needs some inspiration? You? Okay, come up, come up. Give a round of applause. Yeah, can you tell us your name and where you want and why are you going on a vacation?
I'm actually not going on a vacation. I'm going there first time to States.
Oh, so you already know where you want to go, but you
I
probably
have no idea about the place.
Okay, so try something.
Okay, let's try. Hold on. Just type a place, right?
Just anything you feel like for your vacation. It's you already know you want to go US, but want to go there to what? To experience freedom or
No.
or
Okay, let's see.
oh, very specific,
Yeah.
Oh, Wild Wild West, nice.
Okay.
Okay. You roughly have a picture of that in mind? Wild Wild West picture.
Yeah.
Let's try.
Oh, Westworld.
And this one macam
No.
place.
No.
You probably want to experience some of this. I'm not sure whether it even exists, but let's try this out. Copy. Okay, we have the link. Let's just save this.
Yeah.
Let's try it out. Where did it go? Yeah, let's add this picture. Okay. Please hit the button and see whether your dream will come true or not. Dreaming.
Should put some music there.
Yeah. Sing out dream. Let's see what is the result. And then they say your request is too hard. Try something simpler. I don't know. Ooh, Yellowstone. That's nice.
Oh yeah.
So your first option, Yellowstone. Sir, would you prefer Yellowstone or this Rajasthan Wild Adventure? I didn't know this is in US, but let's see. Or New Orleans. Which one do you prefer?
Actually, I prefer the first one.
Yellowstone. Okay, let's see what you're gonna do. Witness the eruption. Okay. Explore mud volcanoes. Not bad. Not bad. There's an old faithful inn that probably looks like the old town, I guess. But yeah, this is one example that you can do. Right. Yeah, I kind of feel the second one looks more interesting, but it's your vacation anyway. So yeah, this one also. This one is where? This one is in US, meh? I don't know.
Try New Orleans. Try the third one.
Oh, third one is in New Orleans.
Yeah.
Ooh. National Museum. Okay lah, I would say this person's not very good places they provide. So maybe don't really have something very close, but it's a good effort. So how would you rate your experience? 5 out of 5, thank you.
No.
Okay, thank you. You can sit down already. Okay, give him a round of applause. Okay, so let's go back. Right. So with that itself, you're able to generate your dream vacation. So now I guess that's the end of the session today. If you would like to try this exact example of this app, feel free to try it out. It's available on the first link directly. It's a code-led example, so you learn as you try at the same time, so it's a bonus. If you want to know further details about what GenKit has to offer, feel free to go to the GenKit link And if you're interested in doing things other than, not interested in GenKit, but you want to see how you can do vector search, you can start reading out the documents for vector search. So before I end the session, is there any questions you can ask there? One, yeah. No time already. Can still ask. Let's go. Don't ask me about vacation places. I'm not a travel agent. Yes. My current slide is not part of the link, but whatever I talked about is all included in the first link, just not as pretty as mine. Right? But I think I will provide my slides to the participants at the end of the event. Yeah. So all good. I will put it away. Where is the questions? On average, how often do you get places that is hallucinated? So far, it depends on what you would consider as hallucinated, whether the place don't exist or whether it doesn't match your itinerary. So far, for places that doesn't exist, it never hits it because it's always queried based on the grounded data set that we have. So let's say if something comes up with a similarity score of 0, then it wouldn't come up. But if you're talking about whether it matches based on your prompt, it's highly experimental. So you have to adjust your prompts accordingly or adjust how you will actually embed your data before we actually know. But to put this simply, I don't have data to check this out. What's your next dream vacation? I know, thinking of going to Japan, not bad. Yeah, cheap, right? Cheap. How do you calculate the cost of the vector search in Firestore? Ooh, okay, I was distracted by the link, the one at the bottom, but how do you calculate the cost? So that's a very good and practical question because everything boils down to cost, right? So let's take a look at the cost together. Let's look at the pricing. Let's go. Pricing. So, where did it go? I remember I saw it. Vertex AI. Another link. So here you go. Let me just zoom in. So I'm currently using the Flash. Everyone say Flash is cheaper. So I guess it depends on what you want to do. But as you can see, if you're running a multi-model environment, in this case, I'm actually technically not really multi-model yet because I'm converting the images into text. So everything is text input. But the prices is around this range. Again, I'm not using a large context window. That also roughly means that my prompt is not super huge, right? So assuming at the lower end of the context window, I'm charged, how many cents is this in ringgit? 0.004 cents for 1,000 characters. So you can use this as a calculation to see how it will cost you. Then you can make a rough estimation of how it will work, right? So that's the next question is, what does KNN vector index mean? So KNN is what nearest neighbor? What's the first word? K? Dr. Poo, what is K? K nearest neighbor. K nearest neighbor, I assume is just the nearest neighbor. It means, so what I think it means is basically how close is your vector matches to the vectors that we already generated. Like earlier on, you saw the slide about the beach and the activities around the beach. You would say those are KNN as well because we are looking for things as close as possible to the subject itself, which is our prompt. Is it possible to link to Google Maps? I think you can. Everything is a possibility, right? So you can create some code where you put the places start time and end time, or the start location and the end location, plot it out and see whether it fits in your itinerary. So that's something you could do. Can I use it for your honeymoon? Feel free to do that, but use your own Google Cloud account, not mine, right? Oh, can GenKit do source attribution, showing which document it is using as a reference? You can. So let's take a look at an example here, which I conveniently forgot to show. Oh wait, let me show you. So in GenKit, right, it has not just run, but you can inspect the flows that you created beforehand. So this was the flow that I created some time ago. Wait, not this one, not the error one. No. Places retriever. Was it this one? Traces. Hold on. Yesterday night, what I was doing. Let's see. This one. Yeah. So as you can see on the left, right, cannot see right now. It actually gives you the entire flow as what your code runs. It tells you what is happening in the background. The first thing is the image generation. I input the image at the start. In this case, I uploaded this place of the Eiffel Tower, I think. And it tells you some information that resembles the Eiffel Tower. And it tells you that it has run it through the Pro Vision model. And let's take a look at the retriever. In this case, it's looking for matching places. So it tells you all the documents that are included. So this is one of the documents that I added in. So we have one document in Europe, for this place, that place. So you can use this as a way to inspect all of your data. So you don't have to go to your code and console log here and console log there just to figure out your data. You can actually write your code in GenKit and play it around and examine, or rather inspect your results here. So pretty neat, right? Let's see what other questions we have. Oh, okay, roughly the same. So thank you for your time. I hope you all enjoyed the session and learned something today. Got learned something, right? Okay. Not enthusiastic, but okay. Thank you.
Yeah, don't worry, he will be around.
Sorry,
Yeah, so if you have any other lingering questions, you can go to him and ask him all about GenKit. So our next session will be by Dr. Wu. The session will be on fine-tuning open source LLM models. Yeah, so that will be Dr. Wu's session. So to introduce Dr. Wu, what he sets up, Dr. Wu is I think a lot of you guys will know who he is. He's very active in the AI and ML space in Malaysia, especially if you are part of like his community as well, and also in GDG. So he's a very passionate practitioner in data science, ML, and AI, and he's a graduate of Nagoya Institute of Technology, so he can speak Japanese. And Dr. Pu also holds a doctorate degree in computer science and Master of IT in UKM and a Bachelor of Science from UKM as well. He's currently working as a lead data scientist in BAT BET, where he applies his combination of research and industry experience in big data analytics, data mining, machine learning, and AI to produce innovative solutions for his company. Yeah. So I will introduce Dr. Pu, the introduction to Dr. Pu, and let's give a round of applause to Dr. Pu.
Hello. It's okay, Chris? Okay. Hi, a very good afternoon, everyone. So I think after Shang-Yi talk, everybody should be very excited about Gen AI. So superstar speakers. So it's actually a much pressure to talk after him. Anyway, so the topic today is about how to fine-tune open large language model. Because this is a Google I/O, so we just focus on Gemma. Okay, so if you have been playing with large language model, we know there's other open model out there. I think the famous one is Llama 3. So, but here is the same technique that we discussed. You can actually apply for other model also, actually. Okay. If you want to follow along, the slide is available. And then whatever link the code to the link to the code, link to the references, whatever is actually available in the slides here. Okay, so before I start, I also want to apologize if you have joined my meetup recently last Tuesday. I don't know who you guys have joined. It's the same talk. Too bad, huh? But I changed the slide, I changed the code a bit, so by the same talk, so this is the repeat for you. So if you have forgotten what you have listened on last Tuesday, this is the refreshment. I think the QR code is blocked, isn't it? Let me put here. Sorry. Better now? Can you scan? Okay, cool. So just a brief introduction of myself. So my name is Kwan Hong. You can call me KH. I was working at BAT as a senior manager data science. I just left recently. I joined a startup. I am a Google developer expert in machine learning. I actually founded two communities in Malaysia. One is Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning Malaysia, formerly known as TensorFlow Deep Learning Malaysia. So if you are not part of this community, please do join and please click the link in the slide. We have a Facebook group page. We have about 15,000 members now. And one of the commitment we try to do is recently we have a hackathon. This is a hackathon that recently I organized, which is the ML Olympiad. And then also we have a monthly meetup. So one good thing about monthly meetup is we try to have a meetup in different locations every month. And also I'm planning to have a PyTorch workshop soon. So if you're interested in PyTorch, that you want to learn about deep learning in PyTorch, computer vision with PyTorch and natural language processing with PyTorch, there's something I'm planning to organize as a series of workshops. It's free for community member. Okay, first come, first serve. And then I also founded the Malaysia R User Group. And then I also have a podcast where I try to talk to people in the industry, practitioner, and recently the podcast has turned into a YouTube channel. Okay. If you have LinkedIn, please do connect me in LinkedIn. As I mentioned before, I'm quite active in LinkedIn. Even my boss complained that I'm too active. He said, every time in the working hours, I see you posting LinkedIn. Are you working or are you working LinkedIn? Okay, so if you're not connected with LinkedIn, please do connect me in LinkedIn. Okay, so this is the agenda for a talk. So again, this is only 45-minute talk. The topic is very huge, it's complicated, but I try to dumb it down so you can understand the concept, the importance of fine-tuning, and what can you do. Okay, with the code later, you can actually go back and try, and even fine-tune the model for you to do specific, to perform specific tasks that meet your requirement. Okay, so we talk about fine-tuning, why you need to do fine-tuning, how you do fine-tuning, what are the methods out there. Okay, so there are the normal method which is called supervised fine-tuning. Then we have another method called performance efficient fine-tuning, where you just fine-tune without a lot of computation power. You just fine-tune using the Google Colab. Then there's a technique called LoRa, QLoRa, and then there's one famous technique called reinforcement learning based on human feedback, which I'm not going to touch. I'm just going to touch about supervised fine-tuning, LoRa, and QLoRa. Okay. Then I'm going to tie it all together. How are you going to use all this technique with open model, which is Gemma? And I will do a demo, then I will conclude the session. Okay, so if you know that large language model has progressed tremendously, I think if you remember back then when OpenAI released ChatGPT is about 2 years ago, and you can see there's a lot of progress as advancement in the large language model. Okay, of course, as we know, the large language model is trained with massive amount of corpus of data. So it doesn't actually, it can actually do a lot of things, but it cannot maybe do very specific things that maybe suit your requirement. That's where you need to do some sort of fine tuning. So fine tuning, basically you use the existing model, then you fine tune it to actually suit certain smaller or domain specific tasks. Okay. So fine tuning large language model basically is where you adapt your pre-trained model. That means you don't need to train a model from scratch, from 0%. Okay, you can actually use all these open model where it already been pre-trained. Okay, for example, Meta will always release Llama 2, Llama 3. Okay, then Google also have released Gemma, and recently, yesterday, Google has released Gemma 2 to the public. Okay, so with all these open model, you can do some sort of fine tuning. Okay, compared to proprietary model like ChatGPT or Gemini, these are the models that you cannot do fine tuning. Probably you can do some sort of this prompt engineering, but you normally will just consume the large language model by calling the API. Okay, so by using all these fine tuning techniques, okay, you can actually use the pre-trained model to perform specific tasks. Okay, and then allow you to work within specific domain. Okay, so there are many strategies where allow you to actually fine tune your large language model. So why fine tune? So basically, like I said, most of the large language model, the base large language model out there, is actually trained with unsupervised learning technique. That means you just down massive amount of text data. There's no label, there's nothing. Okay, unsupervised. Then up to the large language model to learn, okay, from this unsupervised data. Okay, so basically what happens is most of the large language model, they are trained with to do word prediction, to complete a sentence. Okay, so they just predict next word, next word, next word, and then they try to complete a sentence with which actually sounds like a coherent sentence, makes sense. Okay, sometimes they just complete a sentence, doesn't make sense also. That's why we call hallucination. But the whole purpose of this large language model, okay, is to actually do the next word prediction. Okay, so if you look at this, then the large language model cannot actually sometimes understand or some specific concept that you probably need to do fine tuning. Okay, so fine tuning is necessary, okay, when you have some sort of task specialization. Okay, so for example, in your company, you have a lot of data that you want to use a large language model, but the data is not trained, okay, with during the training of this large language model. Okay, or you need to ask the large language model to perform very specific tasks. Then you need to fine tune. Okay, same thing. Okay, you have a large language model, you might not able to adapt to certain specific domain. For example, you want the large language model to do some maybe medical kind of text, okay, or maybe a very specific marketing techniques or whatever. Okay, then you need to do fine tuning. Okay, you also maybe want to improve the performance. Okay, so previously when you use a large language model, when you ask certain, you provide certain prompt, the result that you get is not satisfactory. Then you want to improve the accuracy, or you want to enhance the performance. Okay, of course with fine tuning, you also can do customization. You can customize the large language model for certain domain, okay, and able to allow the model to be more flexible. Okay, once you fine tune the model, okay. Once you fine-tune the model, you actually do not need a large language model, because the model now you can actually fine-tune it to only perform specific tasks. Then you can actually reduce the model size and the complexity. Okay, as we know, for example, if you download this Llama 3, okay, the Llama 3 you download, it can be very huge. Okay, anybody have downloaded Llama 3 before? What you know what's the size? Remember the size or not? 300 over gig, one model. Okay, you download 2 gig, 1 tera, it's gone already. Okay, so it's very huge because it downloads with massive corpus amount of data. Okay, another thing is the large language model, once you fine tune, it will improve your robustness, reliability, and also sometimes with fine tuning, you can actually, because of the compliance or regulatory. Okay, for example, in China, certain topic cannot be discussed, you can ask the large language model. Then you can actually fine tune the model. Okay, that's why in a model that you get from China, there are a lot of things that you ask, you will not get any response. For example, maybe you want to ask about Tiananmen Square, nothing will come out. Okay. Okay, so what are the ways to fine-tune a model? Okay, so what are the ways to fine-tune a large language model? Okay, so there are several ways to fine-tune a model. Okay, so remember, large language model was trained using unsupervised data set. There's no label. But when you want to do fine-tuning, okay, you can actually fine-tune it by providing supervised data set. Okay, supervised data set means label data. Okay, for example, you provide a prompt and response. If I ask this prompt, what will be the response? If I ask this prompt, what will be the response? So you compile a lot of this kind of data set, and then you can do fine-tuning, supervised fine-tuning. Okay, but if you just do a supervised fine-tuning, you'll find that the computational power, remember, our large language model, if you know like neural network, it consists many layers of neural network, and it consists many weights that actually could be computed. Okay, so if you just do a supervised fine-tuning, it requires a lot of computational power and also a lot of storage. So what we do is we actually go to another method, okay, where we call it parameter efficient fine-tuning. So parameter efficient fine-tuning, basically, we do not we select a certain weight in the neural network that we want to update. Okay, then we just update those layers of the weight for the neural network. Okay, so one way of doing that, okay, is called LoRa. Okay, later I explain what's LoRa. So LoRa stands for low rank adaptation. Okay, so in low rank adaptation, is LoRa. Basically, in a nutshell, they actually select a rank of matrix, okay, that you need to update. Then they will select how much of the rank of the matrix you need to update, then just update those matrix. Okay, that will reduce the number of computation power and also the storage space. Okay, then after LoRa, they actually try to reduce also the memory space, okay, the precision of the weight, which is what we do, what we call quantization. So quantization is to introduce into LoRa, again, improve the, reduce the computation time, computation power, okay, so that you can have something what we call QLoRa. Another technique which is called the reinforcement learning, these are the techniques that people use to fine-tune a model. So reinforcement learning here, this RLHF, human feedback, that means now you actually ask a human to feedback to the model. Okay, that means when the model generates something, the human will label, okay, what is accepted and what is not accepted. Okay, then you go back and learn again, and then there is a reward model in this reinforcement learning. So the reward model will try to reward the output match what the human wants. Okay, so the model will always try to fine-tune it until the result generated is what the human like. Okay, so this technique is actually used by ChatGPT. When ChatGPT, remember ChatGPT is actually GPT version 1. Anybody know? GPT is ChatGPT is GPT version 1. Anybody know? 3.5. Okay, so before that was GPT-3. When ChatGPT was launched, it was actually using this RLHF, and you have the GPT 3.5. Okay, so let's start with the first one, the supervised fine-tuning. So supervised fine-tuning, basically, you're going to train your pre-trained language model with label data set. Okay, so this process will adjust the model parameter to fit the specific task represented by the data set. Okay, so you have something like this, your pre-trained model, then you have all your label data set, prompt, response, prompt, response, prompt, response. Okay, so the model will learn how this prompt, what will be the response, this prompt, what will be the response, then you actually fine-tune the model. Okay, so how does label data set look like? So you have basically like this lah. Write a poem to help me remember the 10 elements of periodic tables, giving each element its own line. So these are the poem generated. And then this is prompt, and this is the response. So you have a lot of this prompt, response. Of course, must be domain specific to what you want to do. For example, you want to fine tune it for medical domain. Then you have a lot of prompt related to medical and respond to it. Okay. So when you do supervised fine tuning, okay, it's actually not so efficient. The next thing is to do is, when I want to fine tune the model, I need to fine tune what is the parameter that I want to fine tune in my large language model. So there's actually 3 options. The first option is I retrain the whole parameter. Okay, that means it's like training from scratch. So this is not feasible. Okay, so we know that the cost to retrain the whole large language model will cost millions. Okay, next thing is we can do some sort of transfer learning. Long time ago, when you do TensorFlow, whatever, a lot of people do transfer learning. Okay, so you actually transfer learning means you actually freeze certain part of the layer, and you only update the last few layers of the neural network. So that's called transfer learning. Okay, and the new technique now what we are using is what we call parameter efficient fine tuning. So parameter efficient fine tuning means you don't touch the pre-trained model, but you introduce certain other metrics that you fine tune, and then you merge this weight of the newly updated weight with the pre-trained model weight. Okay, in that sense, it's much more efficient and much more less parameter that you need to fine tune. So let's talk about parameter efficient fine tuning. Okay, so parameter efficient fine tuning, basically the technique, okay, where you fine tune your large language model with minimum changes, okay, to the model parameter. Okay, so with that you have an efficient way that you actually introduce certain rank of weight that you need to update, and only limited number of model parameter will fine tune. Okay, and majority of the pre-trained parameter large language model parameter are frozen. You don't touch it. Okay, so the result is, because remember our pre-trained model is very huge and the weight is a lot. Now you just update the limited number of parameter, that will actually lower your computation and also lower the storage cost. Okay, so what is the goal with this parameter efficient fine tuning? The goal is you can fine tune your model, adapt the model to new tasks, and then avoid updating storage the entire model in the parameter, which can be very huge. Okay, so you can see this is the feature base, is fine tuning, and then now this is the performance efficient fine tuning. So what are the steps to do performance efficient fine tuning? So the step is, first you need to find one of the open model. Okay, whether it's Gemma 2, Llama 2, Llama 3, whatever. Then you freeze some of the layers. You do some sort of, you decide the small learning rate, incremental learning. Okay, then you apply some sort of regularization. Regularization is a technique to prevent overfitting. Okay, of course you compare the performer model, and then you repeat the whole process with different hyperparameter. So this is, imagine this is your whole pre-trained model. You have about 20B parameters. Now, instead of updating the whole 20B parameters, you only select a few set of the weight that you need to update. Okay, and those are the more weight that you're going to update. Once you update them, later you're going to merge them back together in one model. Then you can actually use that model. Okay, let's look at the first example of this performance efficient parameter fine tuning, which is called LoRa. So LoRa stands for low rank adaptation. Okay, so this LoRa is actually a technique introduced by Microsoft. Okay, so if you're interested, you can actually click the link on the slide. You can read the paper published by Microsoft. Okay, so basically in this LoRa, it actually introduced a low rank matrices for fine tuning. Okay, so this is your pre-trained weight, the whole model, and then you actually introduce two low rank matrices that you need to fine tune. Instead of fine tuning the whole weight here, you only fine tune these two weights. Okay, so with this mechanism, okay, it allows you to indirectly train your dense layer, okay, and optimize the rank, which is the decompensation matrix. Okay, so you freeze the whole pre-trained model, then you just train this decompensation matrix, and then after that you merge this back into your pre-trained model. So with this LoRa, there's no increase in the inference latency, and then you also reduce the number of parameters that you need to train. Okay, so in LoRa, okay, what are the hyperparameters that you need to set? Okay, the first one is what we call the rank. Okay, so rank means the dimension of the low rank matrices. Okay, so the higher the value, that means more weight that you're going to train. Okay, one hyperparameter. Second parameter is you're going to use this rank that you selected just now, and then you're going to use a scaling factor. Okay, the scaling factor means how much of these low rank matrices is going to contribute to the overall model. Okay, for example, here I select 8 rank of matrices, then I'm going to scale up to double of it. Okay, the alpha level is 16. Okay, and lastly, I have some sort of regularization, okay, which is called LoRa dropout. Okay, so this LoRa dropout will actually regularize the low rank matrices to make sure the overfitting doesn't work. So for here, 0.05%. Okay, so you can see we have our network here. Okay, we will introduce our LoRa, okay, here in the into this here. So for here, these are the dimensions of the matrix that I need to fine tune. Okay, then I will update the weight. Okay, then it will go through this back propagation and update the weight until I have the whole model being fine tuned. Okay, if you have if you have seen the latest launch by Apple in the WWDC, so they talk about running all these model on devices. Okay, so if you talk about running all these model devices, so Apple Intelligent, you have all these large language model now can run on devices. How do they do that? They actually use a lot of this LoRa adapter. That means certain large language model can do summarization. Certain large language model can do fine-tune it to do email generation. And all these models be fine-tuned until they are so small, they can run on your Apple devices. Okay? So this is the power of this all this LoRa adapter. Okay, next we have quantization. So what is quantization? So quantization basically is a technique. So if you are doing programming, you know when we do programming, we have precision. Okay, so normally our model have 32-bit precision, floating model. But when you do quantization, you try to reduce the precision into lower bit. Okay, maybe from 32-bit to 16-bit or to 8-bit. So when quantization combined with LoRa, then you can reduce the computation time and the storage. So basically you have these are all your matrices, your vector. Then you can actually quantize it from 16-bit, maybe you can downgrade it to 8-bit. Okay, so with quantization, you can combine with LoRa, you have the Q-LoRa. So Q-LoRa basically is an innovation now. You can save amount of memory in your fine-tuning. So you can actually reduce the precision just now, maybe from 32-bit to 4-bit. And that will significantly reduce the number of memory to store for your weight, or your weight that you are going to fine-tune. So you can see here, this is the normal fine-tuning. And this is LoRa fine-tuning. You have LoRa adapter, fine-tune for every single task. And then this is where you combine the LoRa with Q-LoRa. Okay, that means now with LoRa, you also do quantization. You reduce the precision, maybe from 32-bit to 16-bit or to 4-bit. And that will significantly reduce the amount of memory that you need to store. Okay, one of the techniques that I'm not going to discuss, just to let you know, there is also fine-tuning using reinforcement learning, human feedback. Okay, so reinforcement learning feedback basically is a technique where you optimize the model performance by integrating human insight. Okay, we know that ChatGPT, if you use ChatGPT with other model, why ChatGPT you find it more suitable to your liking? Because they use this RHHF to actually get the human feedback. So whatever result generated will be more to what the human like. Okay, and also make sure it actually improve the accuracy. Okay, So you actually address the issue where sometimes the large language model do not provide you contextually correct response. Okay, so with this RLHF, it actually a lot of advantage to the developer, because instead of just fine-tuning large language model, okay, you can actually get the human expert input to improve the fine-tuning. Of course, RLHF is not simple, because whenever you involve human, the cost will go up. Okay, and the time also will actually increase. Okay, so RLHF basically have this phase. You do a normal supervised fine-tuning first. That means you provide all this prompt, response. Then the human will come in when the when the response being generated. So the human expert will create the label example, and then the model will train with this human example. Okay, and then there's a reward model to make sure whatever the human like the feedback will be translated to what the model can understand, and make sure the model can output what the human like. Okay. So if you have seen this diagram before, this is the diagram provided by OpenAI, where they actually use this reinforcement learning human feedback when they actually train up ChatGPT. Okay. So what happens is basically you have a human feedback. That means you ask all the people, right? If I provide this response, what the human will respond. If I ask this question, what the human will respond. So you collect all this data, every single question. For example, what do you see has a rainbow? Then the human will write the response. Okay, you can ask all sorts of funny questions, and then you ask the human to respond. Then this data will be actually used in the training, supervised fine-tuning. At the same time, you create a reward model. The reward model means whatever generated the response, make sure the human, it actually suit what the human feedback is. Okay. Then you actually, lastly, you actually train with this what we call PPO policy. The PPO policy is a reward model, and make sure you only calculate the reward where the generated response is similar to what the human feedback is given. Okay, so we have gone through why we need to fine-tune, then what are the fine-tuning methods out there. Okay, now I'm going to just tie in together that we're going to use one example of open language model with Gemma, and then how do we going to fine-tune this open language model. Okay, so Gemma is a family of lightweight state-of-art open model that is actually released by Google. So it actually come with two sizes, 2B and 7B. Recently, Gemma 2, it comes with 2B and 9B, as I remember correctly. So basically, this Gemma, you can see the number of parameters is significantly lesser to the other model out there. So you can see Llama 2, 7B, 13B, Mistral 7B, 7B. If you can see, the result is comparable. Okay, it's comparable, even though it has less parameter. If you can look at the comparison with Llama 2 and other model, Mistral or 5, you can see the result 7B is comparable, okay, and the number of parameter is actually lesser. So you can see this is Llama 2 70B, this is Gemma 7B. So 70B and 7B is 10 times, but the result is not so much different. Okay, same here, Gemma 2B and Llama this 7B. Okay, so you can see with reduced number of parameter, you get a slightly comparable result, not that bad. But of course, Google I/O have they also talk about Gemma 2. So Gemma 2 was released yesterday to the public. So Gemma 2 is the next generation. It's available in new sizes, which I said the 9B just now. And it's actually designed with the new architecture, and actually it actually have improved performance. So you can see if you compare Gemma 2 with Llama 3, the result is comparable. Okay, and then you know Grok, isn't it? Anybody know what's Grok? Anybody must know Grok? Grok is from Twitter or X, formerly known as Twitter. Okay, you can see the result is comparable actually. Okay, so now we have the fine-tuning technique, then we have the JAMA model. So how are we going to fine-tune the JAMA? Okay, what the step-by-step? Okay, so first thing is we need to find a way to download our JAMA-based model. Okay, first thing, go and find where we can actually download this model. Second is we need to configure our LoRa setting just now. Remember our LoRa R, LoRa Alpha, and then LoRa dropout. Okay, we need to configure the setting. And then we need to find a data set. Remember just now we said supervised fine-tuning. We need to have a labeled data set. Where to get all this data set? Okay. Third, we're going to configure the supervised fine-tuning parameter. Okay. Then we can start the model fine-tuning, and then we can do a model inference. Okay. So these are all the steps that you probably need to require, that you need to do before you can do fine-tuning. Okay, first thing is you think, okay, where do I get my model? Okay, where do I get my model? Okay, so there's a few websites that you can actually call your model. You can go to Hugging Face. So anybody don't know what is Hugging Face? Some people ask, what is Hugging Face for actually? So anybody know what is Hugging Face? Okay, Hugging Face basically, you all know GitHub, isn't it? GitHub is a repo for coding. So Hugging Face try to position themselves to be a repo for AI, machine learning. So you want to do, when you want to get model, you want to upload your model, you want to share your model, you want to have some playground to test your model, you want to actually find data set, everything is Hugging Face. So if you are going to do AI and you don't have a Hugging Face, you are left out. So make sure you go and create one account and make sure you go and try out Hugging Face. Second thing is, you also can get all the model from Kaggle. Okay, this is what Google tried to use Kaggle now. Long time ago, we know Kaggle is a platform that you do a lot of data science competition. Okay, but now Google also tried to use Kaggle to be a similar, offering similar service like what Hugging Face can provide. Okay, and of course, one of the biggest contributors now to open language model is Meta AI. They have released a lot of open model. And recently, yesterday, Zuckerberg actually released an interview. He said he's a big-time supporter of open language model, and he feels that people who are closing the model are trying to play God. That's what he said. Okay, so if you go to Meta AI, this Hugging Face, you can see these are all the models. So you can see there are Mistral, there are so many models that you can download. Llama, Phi, other models out there. Then if you don't want to go Hugging Face, you can go to Kaggle. So Kaggle also has Llama 3, PalyGemma, Gemma model, all this model also available. Gemma 2 also available now in Kaggle. Yesterday, just launched yesterday. Okay, next thing is, where do I find my data set? Okay, where do I get my data set? Remember, data set must be label, must be prompt, respond, prompt, respond, prompt, respond. So where do I get? Okay, again, Hugging Face has a lot of data set. Kaggle also have a lot of data set. As we know, Kaggle last time used to be platform for competition. So there are a lot of data set out there. There are other data set like from Allen Institute of AI, MS Coco, or some very specific image data set, okay, or visual data set. So if you go to Hugging Face, these are all the data set that you can find. So you can see there are some data set for text, fine web, Korean data set, whatever. Okay. Then we also have Kaggle data set. Okay, you already know Kaggle have a lot of data set there. Then there's other data set. Okay. Next, I'm going to do a demo. Okay. So demo now is actually see that I want to show that how do I fine tune Gemma model by just using Google Colab and just do it within 10 minutes. Okay. So first thing is, the purpose of this demo is to say that when I try Gemma model, okay, when I try the Gemma model, it doesn't do translation very well, the base Gemma model. Okay, I try to do a translation from French to English. Okay, I provide a French language, and then it's supposed to be able to translate to English for me, and it doesn't perform very well. But disclaimer, I tried yesterday with Gemma 2, it worked very well. So the demo doesn't work anymore, but this is the old Gemma, not Gemma 2 yet. Okay, so first thing is you need to use the PyTorch library. So the PyTorch library, all this bits and byte configuration is to set your Q LoRa quantization. Okay, so for this here, we're going to do the quantization to 4-bit. Okay, do quantization to 4-bit. So we say we're going to do the precision